the third time. All right. I switched phones. All right. So we should be good now. I had to completely switch devices and completely alter the title. All right. So here we are. We should be good. We should be good from here on out. All right. We should be good here on out. There should be no more issues. I'm gonna actually take a sip, so let me do this off camera. All right, let me do this off camera, hold on. All right, problem solved, problem solved. It's like they got my device tapped. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's like my fucking device is tapped. That's why I gotta use a whole burner phone just to do lives. Anyway, I'm not about to complain about that. I just can't use my main device. I have to use my burner phone to even do this shit. But let's get into it. Completely alter the title. We should be good now. Should be no more interruptions, right? We should be good. Should be no more interruptions. So once again, I apologize for all the mishaps, right? But we should be good. So the actual title of this video, which is no longer in the title, but this is what we're going to talk about, is how to turn curses into blessings. And when you play the game of life with fear, it will equal your death a lot sooner than it should. So that's the actual title, but it's not going to be in the actual title, right? Because we gotta play the YouTube game, which I honestly don't care to play the game. To be completely honest, I don't care to play these games. All right, I just realized this is just too real for YouTube, and I just gotta accept that, right? Again, that's why I gotta bend and do all this extra. I gotta go around these loops and hoops. That's all it is, right? But this is the sacrifice I'm willing to make. So that's why I keep showing up. You see, I didn't give up. I'm like, damn, I gotta get on the burner phone, right? That's what I mean by, like, I gotta move like a motherfucking secret agent. I gotta move like somebody who's really in this life type shit, just to even bring you the message. That's what I gotta do, right? Can't be a normal YouTuber talking about bullshit, talking about gossip and all this shit that don't matter. I can't move like that, right? Again, I swear, my phone is tapped. All right? Because you see, I can't even use my main device. You see, they just shut that shit down. So I'm just convinced. Then when I use the burner device, you see, ain't no glitching, no nothing is going on. Because this device is not attached to me at all, right? This is a completely alternative phone, so they can't tap this shit. So that's, as you see, we good now. There ain't nothing going on, but I'm on a completely different device, which is no attachments to me. And you see, this is the only way I can even bring the message. So now that that's out the way, again, we should be good. 93, do without what should be the whole of the law. All right, so let's get into it. Let's get into it again. I don't know what I was thinking trying to use my main device. What the fuck was I thinking? What was I thinking, right? What was I thinking? Like I'm normal, right? I can just do what everyone else can do. I can just go live when I want to. Nah, it doesn't work like that for me. It never has, right? Never has. And it won't. So again, that's why I had to master the underworld, right? What kind of phone is it? The phone I'm on now is an iPhone. This is the iPhone 11, right? So the phone I'm on now is an iPhone 11. So it's a newer iPhone. It's not the newest, obviously, but what I'm saying is, you see, whenever I try to use my actual phone, all type of glitches, can't do anything. I can't even go get past 10 minutes, right? What's up, Steph? Much appreciation. Salute to you. Salute to you. I appreciate everybody for tuning in for the third time. I appreciate y'all patience. But that's what I mean. You see, I gotta move. I gotta move in a different way. That's all it is. I have to move in a different way, right? But that's why I have the type of energy I have, right? It's hard to get an iPhone anonymous. Is it jailbroken? No, this isn't jailbroken. But yeah, I have to have a completely alternative device to even bring y'all this message at this point, right? Because as you see, I guess my fucking phone is tapped. I'm convinced of it. I'm convinced my phone is tapped. Even though I don't even be doing nothing on the phone. I'm not on the phone making illegal businesses. I'm not doing none of that, right? I'm smarter than that. However, it's attached to my name. So that's why whenever I use my main phone, you see I can't even go on live at this point. You see I tried like what 2, 3 times. They glitch in the whole. Now you see no problem, no glitch, everything is crystal clear. But this is a completely alternative device not attached to me. What a coincidence. What a coincidence, right? So I'm just take heed. That's all I'm saying. Just take heed. Just take heed to the amount of loops and hoops I have to go through to even bring this to y'all. That's all I'm saying. Now, if it was a pre-recorded video, it would be different. But if I'm trying to go live and speak to you in the moment, I got to get on a burner device. I got to be anonymous. So y'all wonder why I'm always talking about the underworld. I'm always talking about all these things. It's because this is what I have to go through to even bring you the message. It's because it's too real for YouTube, right? It's too real for YouTube. It's always been too real for YouTube, right? But fuck, I'm gonna do this is not bring y'all the message, right? So as you see, I'm willing to go through all the loops and the hoops, just sheer will. This is just sheer willpower, right? I could have gave up and like, fuck it, I'm just not gonna do a live today. But I'm not gonna do y'all like that. Because I actually feel this would be beneficial to, somebody. So just peep how I have to move, right? Just to go to show you how real this is, right? But anyway, let's get to the point of the video. We don't have to stay on that, right? We already know about YouTube politics. You have to alter the title, have to do all this extra shit. Whatever. So, the first topic is actually turning your curses into blessings. Now, the reason I want to talk about that is, like, when I look at my life, right? And when I look at all the times that I felt like I was cursed, when I look at all the times I'm like, why am I even here? When I look at, okay, I didn't really choose to be this way. I didn't choose to have to move anonymous, to have to be off the grid, to move around the government, all these things I have to do in real life. So I'm not even talking about on YouTube. This is just real life, right? Like I have to move like I'm engaged in criminal activity, even though I'm not doing any of these things. But I guess it depends on who you're asking, right? However, I wasn't a child thinking, okay, I'm gonna have to live this way. I'm gonna have to go through all these loops and hoops. I have to master the underworld. I have to become Hades. I have to embody the energy of Pluto. Wasn't thinking about none of this stuff, right? What's up, Ty? Salute, 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 right? Wasn't thinking about all this. That this is how I would have to live my life to master the underworld. Meaning I can't live a normal life. I can't do what normal people do. It's not an option for me at this point, right? Because it's to the point where, again, it's just, when your energy is this way, it's hard to be around people who have no idea as to how to relate to you, right? It's hard for me to be around people like what the fuck you gonna talk about? Like what you do every day. I have no interest in engaging in people normally. It doesn't do anything for me, right? Because I just don't live that type of life. I don't live a comfortable life. I don't live a life that I can even speak about, really, right? The things that I have to go through, it's like I can't even speak about this stuff because, again, if you're not studied up, you can't even comprehend what I'm talking about. That's the whole thing. That's why I have to come in the name of 93, right? Just so you can have a little basis as to the perspective I come from, right? So that's why I say 93, not to say people, whether you're into it or not, but that is the basis, right? What's up, Cam? 93. That is the basis, meaning if you comprehend 93, then maybe you can comprehend me. But if you don't comprehend 93, then it's not going to even make any sense to you, right? So I just give you a perspective. moving on, talking about the curses. So, in a sense, if I look at it a certain way, I'm like, all right, well, like, why do I have to go through all this stuff, right? However, as I began to go deeper and deeper into the underworld, as I began to go deeper and deeper into Satan's pit, into the devil's nest, right, to become the Luciferian, right? As I got deeper and deeper into the science, because I realized that I can't understand this from the outside looking in. This is my whole thing. Meaning I can't be 93 if I don't study the literature. I can't be satanic, demonic, devilish, Baphomet from the outside looking in. I can't do that because it would not be authentic. So me being the Scorpio that I am, of course I go full-fledged with it. I go overboard with it. I go to the point where I'm like, I can't be topped at this point, right? To the point where I'm like, no, nobody's deeper in the pits than I am because I put myself there. And it ain't by choice. It ain't because I just woke up one day and just wanted to do this and live this way. I'm like, well, I'm here. Might as well master it. If you're already in the underworld, you might as well go to the pits because that's where Satan is in the first place. For those who ever read Dante's Inferno, you understand there's 9 levels to hell. So there's levels, just like there's levels to heaven, there are levels to hell. So you don't even meet Satan till you get to the depths. So there's people, on each level, right? So you're meeting different types of energies, different type of entities on each level. And it's easy to get caught up on those levels if you are not disciplined. What I mean by that is, whether we talk about the 7 deadly sins or, basically whatever your vice is, there's a level for hell for that. Whatever your vice may be. So for example, some people's vice is lust. So when you get to the level of lust, you can get caught up in that. It's easy to get caught up in that. If your vice is greed, you can get caught up in that, so on and so forth, right? If it's anger, if it's treachery, which is basically the streets is full of treacherous motherfuckers, right? So these are levels of hell. And it's easy to get caught up in these levels because most people do. Again, that's why the streets is as grimy as it is. That's why you can't trust none of these people. That's why it's best to even stay out of the streets because you're dealing with people with vices. You're dealing with people who have not mastered themselves. You're not dealing with people who are trying to master the streets. Majority of the people in the streets, and what I mean by in the streets is anybody who's dealing with any type of street activity. Most of these people have not mastered themselves. They're not in the streets because they're there to master themselves. They're in the streets because they're trying to fulfill their own vices. Whether they're trying to inflate their own ego, they're trying to build a name for themselves. There's always an alternative motive, meaning they're not there for the actual reason. They're not in the underworld as to why you should be in the underworld, which is to go into the depths and then have the conversations with your holy guardian angel, which is the basis of the Lima. The basis of the Lima is to build a knowledge and conversation with your holy guardian angel. This shit has nothing to do with money. This shit has nothing to do with fame. This has nothing to do with clout. But as we see, most people are in this realm for that reason. Most people want to work with demons because they want something from them. They're not really trying to forge an actual relationship with these beings. Just for the wisdom. That's why I'm different. I'm like, okay, I need that wisdom. I don't care about the materialism because the materialism will come from the wisdom. As I become more wise, I will learn how to get these things anyway. I don't need to make that my purpose of being here. Because you must become wise and all these things begin to make sense over time. You cannot rush this process. And that's why I was saying in the previous video, y'all have seen me go through this process right in front of your eyes. I don't think there's nobody else on YouTube who has shown you the good, bad, and ugly of this path. I don't think no one exists on YouTube who has shown you. Yes, they may come in the forum. Yes, they may speak about this or that, but have you actually seen them go through it? Or are they already there? That's what I'm talking about. I don't think no one has actually shown you, like, okay, this is how you start, and this is actually you're going through it, and they're actually documenting the journey. I don't think nobody else exists like that who has documented their whole journey. You can go into any of my videos over these past 10 years and you see the good, you see the bad, and you see the ugly. You see me reporting live from the streets. You see me over here. You see me over there, all over the country. Everything is documented. So I don't have to make anything up. I don't have to lie. I can be honest. I can speak from the heart because I'm like, who am I? It's already on camera. I put it all on camera already. So you know, like, okay, well, there it is actually documented. I don't think no one else has documented their journey the whole time. Because why would they do that? Right? Of course, people want to come on and act like they're masters, they're adepts, they're magicians, they're all this, but you didn't see them come up. You didn't see them mature into themselves. They were already that. And this is what I'm saying, right? Because most people are not willing to show that part of themselves, which is their shadow. I showed you my shadow. You've seen me deal with my vices. You've seen me go through these chambers. It's all there for you to observe if you choose to observe, right? And one thing that has remained consistent is you see me gathering wisdom. No matter where I am, no matter what I'm doing, you see me gathering wisdom. That's why I always have something to say. Because my intention has always been wisdom. It's not about any of this extra shit. I don't care about this extra shit. You see, I'm not in the streets chasing after pussy. I'm not chasing after the bag. None of this shit means anything to me. That's why I can come to you in the most authentic form that you probably would ever see, because none of this extra shit means anything. You see, I don't care about the views, the likes, the comments, the subscribes. You see, YouTube is completely banned and shadow banned me. It's been that way the whole time. It's not going to change, and I accept it. I'm like, so whoever comes into contact with this information, you're supposed to be here, because I'm like, YouTube is not going to promote any of this to you. So however the fuck you even found me, you know, it had to be by your own spirit. I don't know how any of y'all even found me. I'm like, yo, I don't even know. I know it's just straight spirit. That's just how the spirit moves. So if you're here, you're supposed to be here. Because I'm like, I don't know how else you would be here, right? Because I understand what comes with this. I understand the cost. This is what I'm saying. I understand the cost. Because I'm not speaking from the outside looking in. I had to become the Baphomet. I had to become the devil. I had to become Satan. I had to become Lucifer and learn the differences between all of them. And I have been explaining these things for years and years and years because I'm actually in the midst of it. Meaning, you can say there's a lot of people that talk about the streets but never did anything, right? They just know people who did things. They know people who are wise, but they themselves, they didn't get that way because they actually been through it, right? So it's rare that we get the opportunity to experience it from firsthand. And this is what I mean. This is firsthand experience. I am not this way because I read a bunch of books. I am not a scholar, especially I'm not an armchair scholar. Again, when you look at my channel, you don't see a scholar. You see a person going through everything firsthand. You see a person who's actually doing the rituals, who's actually putting everything on the line for good or for better or worse, rather, right? I'm conducting experiments in real time. I'm always doing this, right? And I've been doing this. This is nothing new. That's the only reason I was able to actually have the conversations with the devil, with Satan, with Lucifer, whatever you want to call it, right? Because I had to journey to the depths of hell and get it myself. But in order to get to the bottom, you had to master your vices, as I was saying earlier. Whatever vice you have, you will have to conquer that. You're not going to have a vice and you're just, okay, you can keep doing that. No, you're going to get stuck on a level of hell, which is where most people are. Again, if you look at any of these street people or any of the people in corporate America, any of these people in any aspect of life, most people have not conquered their vices. They have not conquered their vices. They have not. That's why the world is the way the world is, because it's people full of vices that they have not conquered. They don't want to conquer it. They enjoy where they are. whether they have everything or whether they have nothing. They enjoy what they are because they want to be exactly who they are. They're not trying to dissolve themselves to nothing at all. I had to become nothing in order to become what I am. That's what I mean. I had to completely destroy my identity, who I thought I was. I had to completely destroy myself and rebuild myself in the dark and light, in the black light, right? Which, of course, comes at a cost. Meaning everything that you're connected with, family, friends, whatever attachments you may have to be removed. Most people are not willing to do that. And I'm not advising most people to do it because it's not even going to benefit them unless you master yourself. So meaning, I'm saying all that to say is I was God before I was devil. That's what I mean. Meaning the only way I was even able to master this is because I had already acknowledged myself as God. Meaning I was already educated in the lessons. I was already, who was the original man, the maker, the owner, cream of the planet Earth, father of civilization, God of the universe. I already knew that. So before I even did any street activity, I'd already had the knowledge of self. I already knew who I was. So I didn't come into the street with all these things like, okay, I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to become this. Again, I had no intentions at all, right? I had to come as a blank slate. You'll say, yes, you're still here. That's the only reason I'm here. The only reason I'm still here is because I had to destroy myself, right? I didn't just wake up one day, I'm Asheranu. I had to earn that, right? I had to earn that. You see my very first videos on YouTube, I said I am Prince Raziel, which is a alternative form of Raziel, who is the keeper of secrets, who is an archangel. I came to you in the form of the archangel first, right? Just to let you know what level I was on before I even did anything dark. Meaning I was already in the light. I acknowledged myself as the archangel. I'm like, yeah, I am an archangel. But then that wasn't the end. Some people stay there. Some people deal with the angels. They ain't dealing with the ArchDevils. I was dealing with the archangels, but then when I realized that, oh, they're ArchDevils, they exist too. What's going on over there? I'm not just about to ignore that because of fear or like I might die or some bad shit may happen. I'm like, nah. If I'm supposed to be the master of the universe, if I'm supposed to be the master of my consciousness, then I need to know both sides. Because if I just stay over here with the angels, because I'm afraid of the demons, that's me doing myself an injustice. Like, because now I'm moving out of fear, which is the second part of the video. If you move with fear, you will die a lot sooner than you are supposed to. That's why so many of our people lose their life in the streets. That's why so many of our people die young in the streets. Why? Vice. It was vice, all right? If they didn't have vice, they would still be here. And that's, again, we see this in hip-hop. Hip-hop, that's what hip-hop is, the underworld. People just don't realize it. But I told you that because I'm like, I came to original realizations that nobody else has ever came to. Because as I'm going through the depths of the underworld and me already acknowledging hip-hop, right, I came to original conclusions that other people were not able to arrive at. I'm like, oh, I see why this is happening. I see why this is happening. Because I'm here with you, right? That's the difference between me and everyone else. I'm like, I'm here with you. I'm not the person that's pointing at you, looking at me, I see you fucking up, you need to better yourself. No, I'm here with you. I see what you're doing because I'm here with you. I'm looking you directly in your eyes. I'm on the same level as you. I'm doing something that most people wouldn't do because most people are afraid. I've been in places that most people will be afraid to go. They're not trying to even be around dangerous people. I've been amongst dangerous people the entire time, to the point where even I am dangerous. As people look at me like they don't even want to be around me because my energy is dangerous. Not because I'm actually harming people, but it's just the energy itself, right? I guess the energy is harmful, right? Every time I make a live stream, I lose subscribers. I don't gain subscribers when I do these lives. That's just letting you know. I can show you my analytics right now. Every time I go live, somebody unsubscribes. Somebody is not liking what I have to say. But I don't stop. Because I'm like, what the fuck I'm supposed to do? Lie to you? Y'all would rather me lie to you? But I'm like, I'm not about to lie to gain subscribers. I'm not about to lie to gain views. You're supposed to be a man of your word, right? You're supposed to stand on your words, right? So that's why I'm like, well, at any cost, I'm about to tell you the truth. So you see, at the expense of YouTube shadow banning me, at the expense of people not liking what I have to say, at the expense of losing money, relationships, whatever it is, you see, I still come before you and I speak the truth. There's no reason to lie, in my eyes. But you got people who lie every day. There's people who have to lie in order to make a living for themselves. People make a living for themselves, and then you got people who just lie just for the sake of lying. That's who we call liars. And I'm like, why would I do that? I may gain from it, but it will only be short term. The short term gain is not worth it. It's not worth it to me. Why? Because I'm like, I'm here for the wisdom. I'm not here for the clout. I'm here for the wisdom. I want to become wise. That was my intention. I'm like, I don't care about anything else but wisdom, because the wisdom will lead me to exactly where I need to be. But I'm willing to learn. I'm not trying to take shortcuts. That's the difference. You see, I don't make videos trying to go viral. I'm not trying to take any shortcuts. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be here for the long road. So all the fame and the fortune other people get, I'm like, if it takes me years to get it, something that takes somebody else months, I'm willing to do those years. Again, that's why you've seen me on here for quite a long time now. I'm like, I'm willing to put in those years. I'm not about to try to take shortcuts, because there's things that you may miss when you are traveling these tunnels of set. You're trying to take shortcuts, you're going to miss some wisdom, and you will lose your life, or you will lose your freedom, or you will lose things that you cannot get back because you took shortcuts. And that's what I mean. We see this all the time in hip-hop. But we love death. That's why we keep seeing it, because the moment we stop loving death, people will stop dying. Meaning, people become famous after they die. How many people have you came to know about after they died? How many people knew about King Von, for example, before he died? FBG Duck. BTB Savage, that's the newest one, right? They talking all about this guy, right? How many of us even knew he existed before his death? Not many of us. That's what I'm saying. But now we blow them up. Now we want to listen to their music. Now we want to listen to their interviews. But they're already out. They're already gone. So they became famous after they died. So they did something in their death that they couldn't do while they were here. Imagine that. Then even the famous Biggie line, the Biggie Smalls line, or the Notorious Big, you're nothing if somebody kills you. Right? He said that back in the 90s. But we forget these things, right? A lot of people in my generation haven't even listened to old hip-hop. They don't even know about 90s hip-hop. The only reason I even know about it because I had to go back. I was a teenager and I was listening to music that came out before I was even alive. Meaning I didn't listen to all forms of hip-hop, because I wanted to learn. I wanted to be a student of the game. I'm like, I got to listen to all this, because if I want to see where we're going, I got to understand where we've been and where we came from. All right, so I had to go back to the source. It's another reason why I'm still here, because I actually went back to the source. I connected with the ancestors, which is what we're supposed to be doing. What power do we have without the ancestors? But when we think that we're the shit, when we think that we don't have to do that, when we don't have to acknowledge the people that came before us, then that's how we end up getting in traps that they could have warned us about. And I'm not just talking about the ones who are alive, also the ones who are dead. Because as I always say, the dead come to me. I always have dreams about the dead. Even when I don't want to, they come to me. They give me wisdom. They give me enlightenment. They speak to me directly. But it's because I acknowledge them. So they're not just coming to me just for no reason. It's because I acknowledge them. Had I never acknowledged them, they wouldn't come to me. So I probably learned more from the dead than people that are living. I had become wise. What's up, Trinity? Greetings. I had become wise by listening to the dead, by listening to the ancestors, because the people that are living, they have too many vices. I don't listen to them. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck can you really tell me? You ain't even mastered yourself yet. What the fuck can you tell me? Right? Dude just said on video, the dead is protecting us, the chosen. I wouldn't say they protecting us. I wouldn't say they protecting, because you got to protect yourself. Meaning, if I have vices, what the fuck can they do for me? What can they do for me if I have vices, if I'm not protecting myself? If I'm putting myself in situations that are dangerous? They're not going to be able to supersede your vice. That's what I'm saying. Meaning, if you don't have wisdom, you're going to fall into a trap. The only way to get wisdom is to acknowledge the ancestors, right? So meaning you have to acknowledge them, but in order to acknowledge them, you got to be wise to even have that thought in the first place. The youth don't even have that thought. Let me go back and honor the dead. They're not thinking like that unless they come from that. They're only thinking about the now, which I don't fault them. They're young. They have to grow. They have to mature, so I don't fault them for it, right? I would never fault the youth, especially when we got to give them the game. That's the only reason I really come on here anyway. It's really for the youth. It's for those who are coming up after me. It ain't really those before me. Y'all should already know. If you older than me, you should already know the game, right? I ain't got to tell you shit. You clearly have done the right thing. You're still here. So clearly you didn't got gamed up correctly. So it ain't really for you. It's really for those who come up after me, right? Because those are the people that are susceptible to the traps that are laid right in front of them, but they're blind to it. What I mean by being blind to it is you may get into a situation that you feel will change your life, but it actually puts you deeper in the hole. That happens a lot of times. Again, that's why we have all these empire artists that died, right? The young Dolphs, right? All these empire, I done made videos about this already, right? Then when they die, the record label takes out an insurance policy on them. So the record label gets their $1 million. You're in the ground, you're dead. They get paid when you die. And then they own all of your music. So then when people start listening to the music now, that's another $1 million. That's another 10 million. The record label, I believe, Empire, they made like 10 million when King Von died. I'm sure that's more money than he had, and he probably never made 10 million. But he made that after his death, and then his family can't even benefit off that because he didn't own the music. This is what I'm talking about. So we think we be in situations that change our life, but it's only temporary. And then when it's all said and done, everything that we set out to do, we were not able to accomplish it. Meaning all of us are trying to create generational wealth. We're trying to leave something for our children. We're trying to leave some type of legacy for the future generation to benefit from. But how many times are we cheated out of that position? Young Dolph is doing the same thing, right? You can say all of these artists, they had these same intentions, clearly. Because you can tell by the people that speak about them, the type of people that they were. But then their intentions were never able to manifest because they were in deals that did not allow their family to benefit. The only ones that benefit is the ones who never really cared in the first place. So why do they benefit? Why do the ones that benefit off of all of your labor, all of your blood, sweat, and tears, the people that benefit is the people that all they did was give you a check, and they just basically sat back and watched you fall into the traps that they set out for you. So then your family is left in the same position that they started in when you were supposed to be the one that takes them out of the situation, but you were not able to do so, at least not after you were gone, right? And we just see this happen time and time and time again, and we don't learn. We don't learn because we're not looking at the past. All of this has already happened before. if we are able to look back into the ancestors. But again, that's necromancy. That's a forbidden art. That's really why I'm only bringing this up. This is a forbidden art. You're not supposed to communicate with the dead. Just like you're not even supposed to be into astrology, numerology. Everything that I'm into, you're not even supposed to. You're basically, you align yourself with the devil. Tarot, people think that's devil worship. Right? Anything that helps you to figure out your purpose in life and help you to avoid the traps is associated with the devil. They even say, the Illuminati or the record industry is, satanic and all that. They do all these rituals. They do the gematria. That's why, we got all these conspiracy theories. Oh, this person died and all these numbers are lined up. There's people with whole channels based on gematria. They tell you all of the numbers that connected when the person died and all that. Like, oh, this was an industry hit. There's people with whole channels dedicated to that. Right? But then we don't want to dig into those sciences because we're afraid, because we see the power that it has. We see the power of gematria. We see the power of the occult because we see it being used against us. So because it's being used against us, we don't want anything to do with it. So what do people do? They run to God. They become saved, right? And for me, that was just never an option. And what I mean that was never an option is because, to be absolutely honest, that shit just never moved me. Again, I became Muslim at 15. I was praying 5 times a day as a teenager, as a young adult. So I'm praying to God 5 times a day. That never made me feel that I was any closer to God. I can't speak for nobody else though. Some people pray and they feel an absolute connection. I never felt that connection. So this is not coming from a person who didn't try to navigate those steps, because I did everything that I felt I was supposed to do. Right? So when the connection, I feel like I'm just wasting my time. I'm like, what am I doing this for? This just seemed more like an obligation. This doesn't seem like, I don't feel connected whatsoever. I only became connected when those jinn ran up on me, as I explained before. Spirits began to come to me and announce themselves. So when I'm like, okay, this spirit just announced itself. It told me its name. I'm able to look it up. I Google it and it actually comes back. I'm like, oh fuck. Mind shattered. I'm like, the spirit just told me its name. I just Googled it and there it is. Now when that happened, I'm like, but this is supposed to be a jinn. This is supposed to be a demon. This wasn't a spirit of God. It wasn't. So I'm like, okay, I'm doing all this praying. I'm being genuine because what else do I have to do here? So I'm being as sincere as I can, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know what to expect. I'm like, I'm just doing this out of obligation. I'm not doing it because I actually feel inclined to do it. It's just obligation. Until the jinn ran up on me and then changed everything. I'm like, oh, this shit is real. The only time that I even acknowledged the spirit plane is when the spirits ran up on me. So I was not a spiritual person. Some people are born spiritual. Some people can hear voices. Some people are just spiritual. That wasn't me. I had no spiritual ability. That was not me. I was not spiritual in the least bit. So that way, when you look at me now, everything that you see, it had to be earned the hard way. Because I didn't come into this world with these abilities. Because if I came into this world with these abilities, what's up, Jenny? If I came into this world with these abilities, then, what's up, No Deceit, 93, salute to you. If I had came into this world with these abilities, then I would be like everyone else, all these other spiritualists, right? Because I feel spiritualists have always been spiritual. And that's why there's so many of these people on YouTube. I feel these people have always been spiritual. They have always been communicating with spirits and doing this and doing that. They were just born with that ability. That was not me. I was not a child hearing spirits. I didn't know nothing about spirituality. What began to awaken me is astrology, the devil's workshop. It was by me doing what I wasn't supposed to do. That's when I began to see, like, oh, this shit is real. But I'm engaged in things you're not supposed to be engaged in according to religious people. You're not supposed to be engaging in those things. You're not supposed to acknowledge numerology, the occult. But that's what actually made all this real to me. Again, that's why I speak about the devil. I'm like, oh, when I started to study the devil, I'm like, oh, this shit is real. I've been studying God my whole life. I've been praying to God. That shit didn't get no realer to me. This shit didn't get real until I went to the dark side. I'm like, oh, this shit is real. And again, that's why I came to y'all in the form of the archangel. That was me reaching out. Because I'm like, I want to be connected with God. I want to be connected with the angel. So of course I'm going to take on the name of the angel. Because that's the direction I'm trying to go in. But you see, that didn't work out. The shit didn't become real until Ancestral, which is the horn god. I had to become the horn god, which is the forgotten god, the hidden god. Amun is the hidden god. I had to become the hidden one, the one with the cloak. So really, when I say I have to live an anonymous life, that's really just my name. Amun means the hidden one, so my life has to be anonymous. So I acknowledge that. I'm like, that's why I have to live the life I have to live, because that's really just the attribute that I chose to take on. But it ain't really that I chose to take it on, it came to me. Because I just started seeing omens. I kept seeing omens. I'm like, what the fuck does this mean? Shit started getting real spooky. Spooky shit began to happen. I'm like, yo, this is some extra shit. So when spooky shit began to happen, I'm like, where's all this energy coming from? Then that's when I met Amun Asheru. I'm like, okay, I have to embody this energy if I'm trying to understand what the fuck is going on. Why am I seeing these omens? Why am I seeing these energies? This shit is not making no sense. This shit is becoming spooky and scary because I don't understand it. But I don't want to be fearful. I'm not trying to navigate through fear or with fear because it cripples you and it paralyzes you. So where most people fall and become crippled by fear, I had to push forward. And that's what I mean. I had to master the levels of hell. I had to go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. Meaning every level I had to master a vice. So every level a piece of me had to die. The deeper I descended into hell, a piece of me had to die. Because you don't get to come into the underworld and you thinking, okay, well, you're just allowed to be here. Maybe in heaven, maybe in God. God says, come as you are, right? They be saying all that shit in church. Or Jesus, like, come as you are. That's not how the underworld works, though. You don't get to come as you are. He'll come as you are if you want to. We're gonna rip your ass apart. Come with that God shit all you want. We will rip your ass apart. What does the book of the law say? There is no God where I am. The 23rd verse of chapter 2 of the book of the law. There is no God where I am. So you come with that God shit, we will rip your ass to shreds. Because that's why you're here anyway, to rip away what's no longer needed. So every level, a part of you dies. So that's why very few people actually make it to the pits of hell, because they're unwilling to sacrifice themselves, to be the sacrificial lamb, to take the blood oath, to work with the demons and the jinn, and to understand exactly why they exist and how they exist and how they operate, to understand the ways of the underworld, to understand the ways of the clip-off, of the Citra Aqua. Most people aren't trying to understand this shit because they don't understand that evil is necessary. They're fighting against evil. They fighting against the bad guys, but they are a necessary evil. That's what I learned as I navigated the streets and when I was coming into contact with all these dangerous ass people. And then they acknowledged me. They didn't treat me like a trying to little boy me or trying to, oh, that's my little homie. I was never nobody's little homie. Because I wasn't there for that. I didn't need anything from these people. I'm like, yo, even if I had no money in my pocket, I wasn't going around asking for anything. Because I'm like, I'm not here for that. I mean, I'm not here to be taken under nobody's wing. I'm not here to find a mentor. I'm here to understand how this works and why evil is necessary. Instead of looking at all these people, well, y'all shouldn't be here. Y'all are corrupt. Y'all making the world a bad place. That's how I thought before. Until you're actually amongst these people and you realize that, oh, this is actually necessary. This ain't just happening because it shouldn't be happening. This is happening because it is supposed to be happening. The underworld is supposed to exist. All this is not by accident. The underworld actually predates heaven. If you really are into the Kabbalah. If you're really a Kabbalist, then you understand exactly what I'm saying. If you're really into Gnosticism, you know exactly what I'm saying. The first creation was a mistake. So the so-called underworld, the so-called demons and devils, they were actually created first. That was the first creation that they called the failed creation, and for those who are studied up, all right? So they predate anything good. So evil existed before good existed. And that's coming directly from the literature. That's why most people don't study this stuff. Because you have to accept the reality of what it actually is. The God that most people pray to is a false God called the demiurge. People don't want to accept that. Oh, your God is fake. Not because I said it, because this is what the Gnostics said, who were the early Christians. So the early Christians told us, this is a false God. Fuck that God. That's the early Christians. They didn't believe in a God. Not the creator God. They believed in a monad, which is a spiritual God. And that's what put a divine spark within all of us. But that wasn't put by the creator God that created this world. The creator of this world is not the creator of the spirit world. That's two different entities. They have nothing to do with each other. They don't even acknowledge each other. That's why in certain spiritual forms like voodoo, that's why they have the Loa. You don't work directly with God. You work with the Loa. They are the mediators. It's like God is too detached. So you only have the Loa to work with, which are the messengers. You don't even have a relationship with God. You have a relationship with the Loa. The Loa they're the ones who are manifesting themselves before you and who are communicating with you face to face. Because they're possessing people and they're communicating with you, telling you messages to you face to face. So they say they come to you in dreams as well. They may come to you in a dream, but they also may possess somebody and tell you exactly what you need to hear. They're looking at you right in your eyes, communicating with you directly, telling you what you should do, what you shouldn't do. But again, which God has nothing to do with. So you tell me, who the fuck am I supposed to believe? My ancestors or religion? Religion tells us God, 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 Jesus, 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 Mary, 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 whatever the fuck, right? But then it's like, that's not what our ancestors taught us. Nothing at all. They told us to communicate with the dead. But that's forbidden in religion. You're not supposed to do that. But our ancestors, the whole religion, the whole way of life is revolved around the ancestors. There's literally a Day of the Dead in November. November 1st is the Day of the Dead, where you acknowledge the dead. So there's a whole day for the dead that you acknowledge your ancestors. So that's how we came to be. We always went back and acknowledged those who came before us. But once religion got to the scene, now all of a sudden, no, that's forbidden. Necromancy is forbidden. Divination is forbidden. The occult, forbidden. Even though they still do it. They do it, but they tell you not to do it, but they still do it. And that's how they hold power over you. And that's why they're able to do it. And they're not wrong for it. Because they feed off of our fear. And because evil is supposed to exist, they are allowed to do it. They're not about to go to hell because they're doing anything because they're allowing people to starve, because they are allowing world hunger, and they allow people to suffer, and they make this system unfair. They're not going to hell because of that. See, people don't want to acknowledge that. But I'm just telling you the truth. They're not in the wrong. The powers that be, they are not in the wrong. They're not doing anything wrong. They're just capitalizing off of your fear, and they are allowed to do that. That's why we have the sayings, fear is stronger than love. That's why, people acknowledge the 48 laws of power. People live their whole life based on those laws because they understand evil is necessary. The art of seduction, right? We have people that are, their whole life revolves around deception and seduction. Your vice. People dedicate their whole life to your vice. It's a rhyme for you, right? People dedicate their whole life to your vice. The fuck you think a drug dealer is? Their whole life revolves around your vice. And they're not wrong. They are doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing, capitalizing off of your vice. They're not wrong for that. They're not corrupt from that. They just capitalize. We are capitalists. America is a society of capitalists, so it's just business to them. That's how they all operate. Whether it's the Illuminati, the powers that be, this is just all business to them. This is just business. This is not feeling. They're not in their feelings. This is just business. This is just what it means to be a capitalist. That's why so many people, they don't really like whether it's America or the system, yada, 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 right? Because most people are in their Cancer attribute. America was founded July 4th, right? 1776. That is in the season of Cancer. America was founded in the season of Cancer. What's opposite of Cancer? Oh, that's right, Capricorn. Capricorn is what? The devil card in the tarot. That tells you everything you need to know right there. That's why they don't want you to acknowledge astrology, because astrology reveals the secrets to you. Like, oh, okay, so if this country was founded on the degree of Cancer, anybody who was opposite of that is Capricorn. So they're called devils. They're called Illuminati. They're called the Masons. They're called this. They're called the Shriners, whatever title we want to throw at them. But they all come in the form of that Capricorn energy, and Capricorn is all about what? Business. That is the business-oriented one. Capricorn is all about business. Big business, not small business, big business. So they are allowed to do whatever they want to do because it's in the name of business. That's their religion. Their religion is business. Their religion is to commercialize, to give you things that you don't need, to sell you things that you don't need, but you desire it because they put the desire within you, which is your vice. They give you a vice and they feed off of it. But they're not wrong for that because you don't have to acknowledge the vice. Because when you don't acknowledge the vice, they can't capitalize off of you. So the only way they can capitalize off of you is if you not acknowledge your own vice. So that's why in the eyes of God, they're not doing anything wrong. That's why they are allowed to do it, and they will continue to do it because basically they have to feed off of your weakness. So if you make the decision to be weak, they have every right to capitalize off of your weakness. So if you're not a warrior, then they can do whatever they want to do. That's why they call people sheep, cattle. They can say all that because what? When we're dealing with sheep, when we're dealing with cattle, the only thing they care about is putting food in their belly. As long as you keep those sheep fed, you take care of them, then they'll let you do whatever you want to do to them. That's how most people operate. Give me that good paying job, make me comfortable, then, I'm just going to turn my head into all the bullshit that I see, I'm just going to turn the other way. That's how most people operate. That's how most people survive. And they're not going to change because their vices are being met. Because the reason why they even want the money is to feed their vices. Because if you didn't have vices, you're like, yo, I'm not about to turn my head. I see what's going on. You wouldn't even want to be a part of it because you're like, yo, this is a whole industry based off of vice. What do I mean? Most industries are based off of vice. Fast food is based off of vice. That's not healthy, but it tastes good, but it shortens your life. You take years off of your life when you eat that. However, people love eating it, so it becomes their vice. People become fucking obese, being all out of shape because they're feeding their vices and they just keep giving her money. Then, you know, they're able to work these good paying jobs so they can support their vices. Most people just make enough money to support their vice. And that's just America for you, right? And it is what it is. It ain't that they're doing anything wrong, once again, because if you're not weak, you're not a slave. What makes people slaves is their own weaknesses, their own fears. People fear death. That's why they are religious. If you had no fear of death, you wouldn't even acknowledge God. Like, what the fuck is God gonna do for me? That's not what my ancestors did. We didn't give a fuck about no God. That's religion. But when they put it in your mind, well, if you sin, if you're a sinner, you're going to hell and you're gonna be in hell for eternity. Now, they're feeding off your fears. Now they're feeding off your vice. Meaning people want to go to heaven so bad that it becomes a vice. Heaven becomes a vice. God becomes a vice. So that's why people can sell God. God is business. You want to know the real God? God is business. All right. Sorry I had to reveal it to you. And if you don't like it, it is what it is. But tell me I'm lying, though. It's one thing, people may not like what I have to say, but you can't say I'm lying. You can't say I'm here misinforming you about anything. Because it's hard to acknowledge the truth. I understand that. It's not easy to accept that our lives are based around vice. So when you remove vice out of your life, you're like, damn, life is different. That's all I've been experiencing these last 30 days. I'm like, damn. Life is not what I thought it was. When I remove all the vices out of my life, I have removed all my vices. Again, I had to fast during Ramadan. I had to completely change my diet. I had to put down all of the vices, all the stimulants, all that. I left all that shit alone. Then I'm looking at life, I'm like, this ain't about nothing. I'm like, this is just too fucking easy. I'm like, here I was thinking like life is hard and life is stressful and life is this and life is that. This shit is a drag. But then I'm looking at it now like, this shit is way too fucking easy. Or like, are you kidding me? I'm looking at this shit like, really? And that's what I mean. I be looking at people. I'm watching everything. I look at everything. I'm hearing everything. Right? And when I listen to the conversation that people have, they don't be talking about a goddamn thing. They're just nagging, bitching, moaning, and complaining because they're filled with goddamn chemicals. And they have to release those chemicals. So people talk. That's why people love to run their fucking mouth. That's why people love to complain, because they have to release those chemicals because they're eating terrible diets. So motherfuckers is always horny, always looking at ass and titties, whatever the fuck, because they have to release. That's due to chemical warfare. Right? I'm like, I see all this. This is clear as day to me. I'm like, yo. When you don't care about none of that shit, it's like none of these pulls mean anything. I'm like, damn, people will live their whole life and never conquer their vice. People go their whole lives never conquering their vice. So when you walking around with like, I can control my hunger, I can control all these habits. I don't even have no fucking habits at this point. So like, I'm like, this is too easy. But again, that's me speaking now. Of course, when I was going through it, again, life was just a fucking drag. Like, everything is a fucking obstacle to be overcame. But now it's like, that's how you begin to conquer life. You just start conquering shit. That's what it means to be a conqueror. In order to conquer, you must conquer yourself first. When you're able to conquer yourself, everything else is easy. because you understand that most people are not trying to conquer themselves. Most people just want to be comfortable. So as long as you're able to provide a comfortable lifestyle for people, they'll be cool. They'll look past your flaws. They'll look past your mistakes. As long as you provide them with comfort. Because most people just want to be comfortable. They just want to worship their God. And they just trying to go to heaven. It's real simple, right? It's real simple. So, that's what I mean by when God is not your vice, when lust is not your vice, when greed is not your vice, what the fuck? Life don't really mean shit. Honestly, life don't mean shit. Like you just move. When you want to move, you move how you move. You do what you want to do. It's like you move at your own pace. It ain't about nothing. You're not rushing. It's like it's nothing. You can do this shit with your eyes closed. But when you look at what everybody else is doing, it's like, I'm like, damn, motherfuckers can't go a day without complaining. But me, I stay in the silence. Again, I only talk when I come on here. When this camera go off, I'm in silence. I'm listening. I don't talk. I don't get on the phone and talk to no fucking body unless it's business. All right, if I'm not helping somebody, assisting somebody, business-wise, I'm not just on the phone for no reason. I'm like, because I just don't feel the need to do that. I'm not telling anybody about my problems, my issues. I'm like, I really don't got nothing to say at this point, especially. I'm like, the fuck, what problems do I got that I have? What the fuck do I got to tell anybody? But again, I see people just talking to fucking strangers about their problems. I'm like, what the fuck? You don't even know this person. Because I'm always amongst the public, right? Exactly, the observer. Because I'm the knowledge seed. For those who understand that lingo, when you a knowledge seed, all you do is do the knowledge. I'm always doing the knowledge. And I'm like, it's just ain't about nothing. It's like, life ain't about nothing. It really ain't about nothing. It's just a bunch of people. It's just vice. People spending all this crazy amounts of money for their own vice. So again, when you remove all that shit, it's nothing. It's really nothing. I'm like, this shit is just nothing. Again, I'm doing this shit with my eyes closed and my hands tied behind my back. And I'm just jumping over this shit at this point. I'm like, this ain't about nothing. But it used to be about everything. It used to be overwhelming. It used to be like, damn, why am I here with black skin in a white world? I don't even feel like that no more. I realized that this was a blessing. This was not a curse. Because when you go through life and you learn like, damn, we come from slaves and our people are, savages. It's like, that shit don't mean nothing. I'm like, well, when you're not a savage, when you're not a slave, when you done mastered your own vices, what the fuck can anybody, they can't sell you shit. Because all they want is your money anyway. So they may be looking at you as a slave. Here, take these cigarettes. Take this weed. Take this fast food. Take this bullshit. But when you like, I don't need that. When you have more discipline than they do, then the energy is different. The energy is different. When you when you have conquered your vices and they haven't conquered theirs because they're still in greed. The reason why they're selling you the cigarettes, the reason why you can go to your local gas station and it ain't nothing in there but bullshit. Go to your local gas station. Go to your local anything. It's just poison. Your fucking local liquor store. They're just selling you poison. So when you don't care about the poison, they have no power over you. And when they have no power over you, they begin to fear you. So I've seen fear in people's eyes. Every time I'm really close to somebody, I see fear in their eyes. People don't show me love like that. Not in real time. But I don't care about this shit. Because love is a vice too. That's why it's love under will. Love is also a vice. You know, many people in toxic relationships right now. And they say, well, it's love. That's a vice. That's one of the strongest vices. Right? That's what I'm talking about. So when you don't have these vices, when somebody else is not controlling your state of mind, when somebody else can't control your mind, when they can't control how you feel, when they can't control how you do, this is just a cakewalk. You're just hopping over life, like. But most people are not in that position. How their mood is dependent on how somebody else feels, what somebody else said to them, whether they're able to satisfy their vices or not. That determines how they feel. And we know your emotions is what creates your life. A life without emotion is not life at all. And most people are not in control of their emotions. Their emotions are controlled by their vices. So as long as they can satisfy their vices, they're fine. But we all know these people, right? How is a cigarette smoker when they can't get that cigarette? How is a weed smoker when they can't get that weed? How is an alcoholic when they can't get that, when they can't get the alcohol? How is a person that's addicted to sex when they can't get the woman, when they can't get the dude? Their whole mood is different. You don't even know these people. You just know their vices, right? So we think we know people. We don't know them. Exactly, sugar, yeah. It's sugar, soy, starch, dairy, meat. All that shit fucks you up. That's why I had to cut out all of that shit. See, I thought I used to be healthy, you know, because I don't eat the pig. I don't really eat too much dairy, but I'm like, I was still eating bullshit. Like, my diet is so strict at this point, majority of the stuff in the supermarkets, I can't even fuck with. Like I tell you, I be shopping at Whole Foods now, and I can barely even shop at Whole Foods. Majority of that stuff is off limits to me. When you have a strict diet, I'm like, when the majority of the stuff at Whole Foods is off limits, then you know, okay, like, yeah, I'm really tapped into something right now. Because this is supposed to be one of the more healthier spots. This is supposed to be something organic, and I'm like, all this shit is still off limits. I still can't fuck with most of that shit. I didn't realize that because I wasn't a person that really even shopped at Whole Foods until I became health conscious. But then when I became when I read the words of Elijah Muhammad, when I read books like How to Eat to Live, and then like, nah, you ain't supposed to eat this, no grain as well. I don't think I meant no starch, no grain, no sugar, no soy, no dairy, no meat. And if you do eat meat, make sure it's kosher, or make sure it's halal, which most people are not doing, right? So when you remove all of that shit, which most people are not doing, it's not easy to do that. Especially when you didn't went your whole life, you know, eating all this stuff. When no, all that's fucked up. So when you can't even shop at Whole Foods like that, it's only a small. All I can get is from Whole Foods is fruits and veggies, and again some fish. If I eat meat, I'm only eating fish. That's as far as it goes. I don't eat nothing. That's as far as it goes. It's not going no further than that. So that's no chicken, no turkey, no beef, no pig, with no lamb, duck, whatever the fuck people are eating. I'm like, all that shit is over with. Then I realized, you know, now it's like I don't even have mucus. Like, some people wake up, well, ain't even not some people wake up. I be around these people all the time. Some people wake up, mucus falling out their nose. They gotta blow their nose. I be all over. I be all amongst the public. People blowing their nose, people snotty and shit, sniffing. You don't see me doing that, no, do you? You don't see me sniffing, because I gotta keep the mucus up. You don't see me doing that. You don't see mucus falling out of my nose. Because I'm really doing what I'm talking about, right? I'm not just talking. This is how I'm living, right? So I don't need to do all that because the mucus is just not there. Because I removed the things that was giving me mucus. Right? So that's why you don't see me coughed up, and you don't see me coughing. No mucus, because again, I'm really living this shit. And that's why I get on the camera and I show you, like, okay, well, if I was bullshitting, then you would be able to notice it. You would notice me because I would show some type of evidence. Like, oh yeah, you ain't righteous, but here it is, right? So, and then I showed y'all the kombucha, right? That's the fuck I be drinking. Kombuchas. That's what the fuck I be getting. I'm just forever detoxing. I'm forever cleansing. Then when I put stuff in my body, I make sure that it doesn't affect me. Meaning, if something gives me mucus, I'm like, nah, I don't need that. If I eat something and I just begin, this mucus started coming out because my body can't really process it, I'm like, all right, I can't eat that shit no more. That's how I operate. Because my body gives me an immediate reaction. If I eat something that gives me stomach pains, I'm like, I can't eat that shit no more. Because before that, I was eating the beans, like when I was first starting my journey, I was eating the rice and I was eating the beans. But I had to cut that out. I'm like, that shit is giving me stomach aches. Like when I eat rice and beans, I be having a stomach ache. I cut out the rice, which is grain, and I cut out the beans, which is starch. Right? When I cut that out, now all of a sudden, I don't have stomach pains anymore. I don't have indigestion anymore. I'm like, oh, well, I just needed to cut that out. I'm like, okay, so it's been trial and error for me. So I didn't just come to this point overnight. I did trial and error. So all the things that I thought was good, I'm like, it's actually not good because it's giving me stomach pains. It's giving me indigestion. It's causing me to have all this mucus. Now I'm sniffing. I'm like, all right, well, when I take that out now, none of that is the case anymore. So that's what I mean with it's trial and error, right? And again, I'm not gonna be on here too long. This is not gonna be an extremely long live stream because I feel like it's not necessary, for me to talk extra long. It's not necessary because I'm just here to show and prove, right? I really feel like I don't really need to do too much talking because I'm just living it out. I'm just showing you the results of living this out. There ain't really too much that needs to be talked about because I'm like, this is a lifestyle. I'm not really giving you knowledge. Like, this is just the way I'm living at this point, right? So I'm just showing you the evidence, right? People don't even realize that you lose a layer of beauty when you eat certain foods. And I can see that within people. All I can do is look at a person's level of beauty, and I'm like, I see, yeah, your diet is not where it needs to be. I know who eats pig because a layer of beauty is gone. And that's not my words. That's directly from Elijah Muhammad. So those are the words of Elijah Muhammad. Those are not my words. I'm like, damn, everybody who do it, I'm like, damn, it's like their beauty is just not there. Whether it's a man or a woman, I'm like, you just degrade your beauty just by eating that poison. Even though, I stopped eating that shit when I was 15, but I'm still amongst people that eat it. So I can talk about how I don't eat it all day, but it's still people that's going to eat it. But then I look at it and I look at their lifestyle. I'm like, oh, well, I see you, right? Give me 1 second here. Hold on. Give me 1 second. All right. So that's what I mean. Life is just different now. Life is just different, and so I don't really care to do too much talking at this point. Again, I don't really care to deal with the YouTube politics. I don't care about this shit no more. I used to care about it, but now that I'm cleansed, I'm like, I don't even care to deal with this shit, right? I don't care to play the YouTube games. I don't care about this shit no more, right? I literally just get on here to acknowledge you. I'm not getting on here because I'm getting paid for it. I'm not getting clout. I'm losing. Every time I do a live, I lose subscribers. I can show you the evidence. I can show you my analytics. Every time I open my mouth, somebody is not liking what I got to say. Why? Because it's hard to hear. I understand. Well, fuck, I'm supposed to do lie to you? But of course I'm supposed to lie to you, right? So, of course, because the people that do lie to you, these are the people that, that's clouded up, right? But I'm like, it ain't worth it to me. It's not worth it to me, right? because I don't have those vices. I'm like, okay, so I'm supposed to lie for a check. I'm supposed to deceive people because that's going to get me more subs, that's going to get me more followers. It's not worth it to me at all, right? It's just not worth it to me. So that's what I say. It ain't even what I say, this is just what I live, right? And I just give you the energy, right? I just share my energy with you, right? I just share the energy. And I share the energy because who the fuck else is going to do it? Who the fuck else is going to show you the energy? Let you feel the energy, you know? And then, you know, it's not enough for me to put it into the raps. It's not enough for me to talk about it. Like, I have to actually live this out. It's not easy to do. But once you make your mind up that this is the only way to live, then it ain't nothing, right? That's why will always be over love. When your will is able to overpower any obstacles, it's like it's nothing. It doesn't do anything, right? That's discipline, though, right? When you done built up that level of discipline where you're like, okay, I'm just going to be me. I'm going to be who I am. So if that means that I have to be the Baphomet, that means I have to come in the form of the dark side, if that means I have to be the ArchDevil, then that's exactly what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you my authentic self. I'm not going to get on camera and be something I'm not, right? And I don't expect nobody else to do it. Because as you see, this comes with a cost. This comes at a cost. And that's what I'm just here to acknowledge. As you see, I have to alter my video titles. I have to change devices. I can't even live stream from my main device. It comes at a cost. So that means every time I go on here, I'm doing it at a risk. I'm taking risks just to even convey these things to you. But I'm like, okay, well, who else is going to do it? Everybody else is just fucking lying, right? Who else is going to do it? And it's not for me to put it in nobody else's hands. And that's basically why I do it. I'm like, I'm not going to put it in somebody else's hands. I'm not going to put it on somebody else's shoulders when my shoulders are perfectly fine. So why would I put it on somebody else's shoulders? So I'm not waiting for nobody else. That's why I don't listen to nobody else. I don't consume nobody's content. That's what I be telling y'all, right? I don't listen to these spiritual teachers. I'm like, because all I got to do is look at their health. I'm like, wait a minute. And this is just the truth. I'm like, yo. For example, like somebody just gave me I think it was Tuesday. Yeah, it was Tuesday. Somebody gave me a little pamphlet about, it was a Jehovah Witness. You know how people be handing out those little fucking pamphlets and shit. But the person that handed me the pamphlet was in a wheelchair, an automatic wheelchair. And this person was obese. It's a black man, so-called black man, right? So he calls himself handing me something because he's trying to save me. You see how the fuck I look. Of course he's gonna hand it to me. You see these damn earrings. I got these dangling ass earrings. I got this fucking unk. Of course he's gonna hand it to me. Cause I look like the most lost person in the world. Of course he's gonna hand it to me. So I was surprised, like, yeah, I need to, he called himself trying to save me. I'm like, yo, you can't save yourself. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. What's up, Nexus? It ain't even about them being a cult member. It's like, yo, you're not even healthy. It's like you're not even healthy. Like, I don't give a fuck if a person is in a cult. People feel like I'm in a goddamn cult. So like that, I don't like that. That's not even about. I'm like, I don't give a fuck what people are into. But if I'm looking at your health, I'm like, yo, you can't even stand on your own 2 feet and walk across the fucking street. But you call yourself handing me something like I need to be saved because you're looking at my outer appearance. You're like, oh, this is a fucking nigga right here. This is somebody who needs God. This is somebody who needs Jesus. But I'm like, no, you need to get your health in order. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. So it's like, this is what I'm saying. Like, all these people that be trying to hand, I'm like, though, these motherfuckers they don't even be healthy. They're not even healthy. I be looking at what people eat. People be eating this. I'm like, yo, I can't even, that shit, that makes my stomach hurt. I've been looking at people's diets. It's like people be eating shrimp. You're not supposed to be eating bottom feeders. What the fuck are we doing? People eating shrimp, lobster, and they paying crazy amounts. People going to Red Lobster. People going to fucking, what is it, Mr. Chains. People going, spending crazy amounts of money to eat the savages of the earth, right? You don't look like the most lost person in the world. To a religious person, I do. Right? To somebody who's religious, who don't understand all this stuff, of course, you know, I look like, oh, you need God. But it's like I tell them, saying, no, you need God. You can't even stand on your own 2 feet. You need God. So clearly, you did something wrong. I can stand on my feet and I can walk across the street. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Like who? But this is the mentalism. This is the fucked up nature of the people. They call themselves trying to help me. I'm like, yo, you can't even help yourself. Get the fuck up out that chair and hand it. He didn't even get up out the chair. He set his fucking ass down in that chair. And then I had to walk to him to get it. I had to walk to him to get it. He didn't stand up and walk over to me and hand it to me. I had to get it from him. And I still got it. I still got it. Like I didn't just throw it away. I'm like, I'm not gonna be rude. I'm not just about to toss it in the trash. I still got it. Right? I'm like, whatever. I'm like just because I feel that way, I'm like, I don't need to be rude about it. I'll probably burn it in the fucking offering or something. But again, I'm like, okay, that's what I mean. I just observe. I'm like, okay, so the people that are trying to save me, the people who are trying to help me, they haven't even conquered their own vices. So I'm like, what's really going on here? What's really going on here? Clearly, my will is more powerful than yours. I'm like, yo, you didn't ate yourself to a point where your legs can't even support your own body weight. I gotta help you out. I'm like, I'm helping you out just even taking this from you. Because I could have easily said no, but I'm like, I ain't trying to be disrespectful to my own people. I still saw that's an elder. I'm not about to disrespect the elder. So I still have a small amount of respect for people. I don't agree with people's lifestyle. I don't agree with their thinking, but I'm like anybody who's like, hey, can I hand you something? I'll take it. I still have a small degree of respect. So try doing meth. I wouldn't advise it. I wouldn't advise it. Because what happens when you get addicted to it? Now you got another problem. So I wouldn't advise you to do that. I wouldn't advise any drugs if they're not psychedelics. The only drugs I advise is psychedelics, and that's because they don't even stay in your system that long. So, like, for example, weed stays in your system like fucking, 30 days? Like, that shit just lingers. It sticks to your fat cells. That shit just lingers. And it's a mild psychedelics. Like, that's to me, I'm like, what the fuck is that? I don't even like that shit. I'm like, okay, so this shit stays in your system, and this ain't even a real psychedelic either. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? But if you do mushrooms, if you do acid, LSD, you do DMT, that shit is out your system is like in like a couple days. So the real shit don't even linger in your system, but this fucking weed that's legal now that shit lingers in your system for 30 days, then they still drug test you to even get a job. So it's legal, but you still gotta pass a drug test. That's what I gotta do. I just took a goddamn drug test. They said it was an error. I've been telling y'all, I just took a drug test Tuesday. Yeah, I just took a drug test Tuesday. Right? They talk about it's a fucking error. So now I have to go back and take it again. Because it was an error. So now I gotta go out of my way to go all the way across town because they have a dysfunctional drug test. I did everything I was supposed to do. Like, oh, it's an error. Now you gotta come back and take it again. I'm like, all right, so I gotta go out of my way. Because you got a flawed system. But this is how the system works, right? Because if I would have failed it, then you know they would have just said you failed. And then if you fail it, then you can't even reapply for 120 days, which is like 4 months. So if you fail your drug test, you can't take it again for 4 fucking months. So they didn't say, oh, you failed. They would have just said that, well, you failed. We'll see you in 4 months. No, they said it was an error. We need to test you again. And I'm like, yeah, that's because my levels was all. I know why it was an error. It was an error because they couldn't even comprehend my levels. That's why I was there. Like, yo, this shit doesn't even look human. So I know why it was an error because I'm doing all this fasting, I'm doing all this detoxing, I'm doing all this cleansing. This shit it seems like some alien numbers. So I know why it was an error. They're like, yo, this don't even make no sense. We need to test you again. Your levels ain't supposed to even be like this because again, right? My diet is not the normal diet, so they're expecting to see all types of bullshit in my saliva, because it was a mouth test, saliva test. So they're expecting to see a bunch of bullshit, and they was like, it didn't even make sense to them. So I know why I was in error because I'm like, yo, it should be an error. You should be looking at my test and like, this shit doesn't make any sense. We have not ever seen anything like this. Well, I know because people like me don't take tests like that. So I get it. I know I probably have the cleanest diet in the whole goddamn system of that whole job facility. I know my diet is cleaner than anybody's. I know that. Why? Because my will is just strong enough. So I know like this shit doesn't make sense. So I get it. So that's why they need it. Okay, well, we need to take it again. It may have been an error, but then they're gonna see the same results again. And they just like, well, fuck it. I guess that just is what it is. So I understand how this shit works. People just like, yo, this shit don't make no sense. Like my levels was so, I know my levels were just so goddamn low. It's like, yo, this gotta be an error because you don't see nothing in my system. Again, it ain't no type of chemicals. There is no mucus, no fat. I don't have no fucking body fat. You see how fucking skinny I am? There ain't no fucking body fat. It's like, what the fuck are they gonna do? So again, I get it. So now I gotta go back and take the goddamn drug test again. So you know, it's just been a bunch of obstacles with that. I'm like some alien shit. But that's how I feel at this point. At this point, that's how I feel. I feel like a fucking alien because I'm like, I'm just not interested in what humans are interested in. I don't feel I'm human at this point because I don't do what human beings do. Not at this point. I was human before. I don't feel like it now. Like human shit doesn't interest me. It only half interested me when I had vices. I was only half interested. Now I can care less about this shit. Right? That's why I dedicate myself to the dark side. That's why I dedicate myself to the underworld. That requires time, that requires energy, that requires effort, right? Can you explain the difference between the 5-pointed star and the 6-pointed star? It depends. It depends. Because, 5-pointed star, that's blood. 6-pointed star, that's crypt. Right? If we want to take it to a street level, right? That's how you distinguish gangs. One gang reps the 5-pointed star, the other gang reps the 6-pointed star. So that's the difference between Crip, blood. That's the difference between GD, BD. So it all depends on what perspective you're coming from with that. But it's a great distinguishing tool. All right. So yeah, you will see bloods throwing up the 5 points, Crips throwing up the 6 points. Well, let me not say you see that. If you're not a gang member, you probably don't see that. Right? So let me not say that like people are just seeing that shit, right? GD and Blackstone. Exactly. It all depends. It all depends. It all depends, right? So meaning I can't tell you what it means to somebody else. I can't tell you what it means to somebody else. because it just depends on where you're coming from. Meaning it means one thing to a street person, it means something else to somebody in corporate America, it means something else to an occultist. So it's not just one meaning. It all depends on what umbrella you fall under, right? So yeah, it's just like it all depends, right? So it just all depends. So meaning there is not just one answer. Like I can give you an answer, but that wouldn't be the full answer. Like I can give you the sacred geometry answer, but there's more to it. So for example, the 6-pointed star, you can say it's the Star of David, or the Shield of David, if we want to be technical. If you're dealing with the Hebrew Israelites, they say it's the Shield of David. Then the 5-pointed pentagram, people would think like, oh, that comes from, that's from the Wiccans or the pagans. That's from pagan, though. The pagans are the 5 points, right? Then when you invert the pentagram, the inverted pentagram, now that's satanic. So I would say, the 6 point you say has a more religious connotation. The 5 points is more pagan, right? The 5 points is more pagan. 2 points for the horn god, 3 points for the mother goddess, all right? But it all depends. That's why, I don't be explaining shit to people. I don't really be explaining nothing like that. But let me not act. People don't ask me shit either. So that's how I really know. People do not come up to me and ask me a motherfucking thing. That's just my energy. People ain't asking me shit. So I can walk out with this. I can walk out with the Ankh. I can walk out with my little pirate, right? I can walk out with my little earrings. Ain't nobody asking me a goddamn thing. At first, I thought people would be looking at me like more feminine. Okay, you got these earrings, but that ain't even the case. That ain't even the case, right? I'm thinking like men would be looking at me kind of weird, like this dude. That's not even the case. Like I'm getting a completely different reaction than even I thought. So that's how I know. Like, all right, yeah, this shit is different. Like I'm not even getting the reaction that I thought I would get. Because my energy is just so wicked and devilish, right? Motherfuckers sense the devil in me. But that's how I like it. Yeah, because I am an alien at this point, right? That's how I like it. Like, yeah, I'm so many worlds apart from human beings. I'm just so detached from the human experience at this point. I'm like, yeah, people, like, it's like I'm invisible. It's like I'm invisible. I'm like, people, like, yeah, it ain't even that people give me weird reactions. It ain't even that weird. It's like I'm just able to cruise. Like life is just a breeze at this point. That's how I feel. Like I'm not getting weird reactions. People are not, I'm not getting weird energies. Like it just is what it is at this point. I'm just invisible. Which is how I want to go out, because I don't want people coming up to me asking me a motherfucking thing anyway. I wouldn't tell them nothing any goddamn way. I'm like, who the fuck are you to ask me anything? But that's the energy they get. Because that's how I get. That's how I feel anyway. I'm like, you better not ask me a goddamn thing. I'm not gonna tell you anyway. Because you don't deserve it. You don't deserve to know what this shit means anyway. You don't deserve it. And if I told you, I already know how you're gonna react. And I'm like, oh, man, there's people who can't even go one day without mentioning God. How God-fearing they are and how much they love God. And I just look at these people, I'm like, if you really was about that life, you wouldn't have to speak about it. It's like they're trying to convince themselves. And again, I'm not going to be on here too much longer. That's why I'm like, people are fucking frauds. People are frauds. People are liars. I have nothing in common with people at this point. I have nothing in common with people. People are fucking frauds. People are trying to convince themselves. That's all I see. Everybody who's just loud and boastful about God, you're just trying to convince yourself. You're not really that. Because it would show. You don't have to tell nobody. People were like, oh, that's a God-fearing man. or that's a God-fearing woman, you don't have to say shit. You don't have to say nothing, right? Meaning everything that people have called me, it ain't because I said it myself. Or how many motherfuckers say, oh, I'm a real nigga. I'm a real nigga. Many times you gotta fucking say that shit. Right? How many times you gotta say that shit? It should be obvious. But clearly it's not obvious because what the fuck you gotta like, right? And they are too tricky. It's because they have vices. People are ruled by their vice. That's what makes them tricky. They're just thinking about the next cigarette, the next blunt, the next drink, the next fuck, the next bag. That's what makes them tricky because that's all it is, right? So that's why it's like, fuck them. That's why when you read the Bible, when you read about the prophets, all they had is disciples, right? All they have is disciples. It was never about the public. All they have is disciples. That's why all I speak to is 93, right? All I speak to is the people who acknowledge the same thing I acknowledge. You see, I'm not speaking this way in the public to the people. The lima was never meant to be mainstream. That's why I understand people don't resonate with it. People don't like it because it was never meant for the mainstream. It was never meant for you to like it. The lima does not exist for you to like it. The lima does not exist for you to understand or comprehend it from the outside looking in. You never will. From the outside looking in, it just looks like a bunch of devil worship. That's how it's supposed to appear to you. That's why I come to you in a form looking like real devilish. That's how it's supposed to appear to you. That's how it's supposed to appear. That's why I talk the way I talk. That's how it's supposed to appear. To keep people the fuck away. Because all they're going to do is try to navigate their way in, trying to see what's going on, but you're going to end up hurt. That's what happens. What happens is people end up hurt. I mean, if you're fake, you're going to end up hurt. People become snitches. But we already know this. If we know the history of the lima, we should already know that. If you know your history, then you know. With the Abbey of the Lima, for those who know the history, somebody died doing something they wasn't supposed to do, drinking from the water. They were surrounded by poisonous waters. Crowley said, do not drink from that water. What somebody do? Somebody got weak and they drank from the water and they died. Then their woman got so frantic about it, then she snitched on the whole operation. That's why he had to leave the country. If you know the history, you know the history. Because they was never real. Meaning, why the fuck are you going against the word of the founder? If he tell you don't drink the water, you gonna drink it anyway. Like, oh, you just big and bad, then you lose your fucking life. Then now your woman is all in her fucking feelings. Now she go to the fucking media and snitch like you did something wrong. But that's just how the world works. All right, that's why you really can't trust motherfuckers, all right? You can't. Because the moment they don't get their way or when something don't go right for them, now they go directly to the media. Now they go to your enemies, and then they tell the secrets. That's how this shit go, all right? That's why people try to get up close to you. Because they try to get your secrets, then they snitch to your enemies. They call it pillow talk. We know how the streets work, right? It's pillow talk. It's called pillow talk. You tell your secrets, then they tell your enemies. Now they know your secrets. Now they know how to get you. That's how that go. So that's why, you don't see nobody with me. Majority of my videos, you see, it's just me. It's just me. You don't see people by me. Again, I'll just be around family. All right? But even them, again, they keep their distance too, because again, they're not this. So we don't even talk like this. But family is family. Your brother's gonna always be your brother. Your sister's always gonna be your sister. Your mother's always gonna be your mother. So that's just family. But other than that, see, I don't allow people to even get close to me like that because I know how people are, right? I know how people are, and I can't be fooled. I'll fuck around and hurt somebody, and I'm like, I don't know why, but it will be my own fault though. So I'm like, it's not worth it because it wasn't like, yo, you should have never let people amongst you. I'm like, yeah, you're right. So that's why I'm like, let me stop situations before they even get that far, right? So that's how I have to play it, you know? Because I already know ahead of time. They said the best way to get back with an ex is to be friends with somebody they don't like. That's why you don't see me in relationships now, do you? You don't see me in relationships now, do you? Because you're right. But people still do this shit. Because their vice is love. They call themselves falling in love, telling all their secrets, becoming vulnerable, and it ends up hurting them. But it's their own fault, though. But they be mad at someone else, right? Ever since I embraced the dark side, I haven't gotten disrespected in public. You should never get disrespected in public. You know, why would somebody disrespect you in public any goddamn way? Right? Why would somebody ever disrespect you in public? Like, But I'm thinking that have I ever got disrespected in public? I don't even know. I don't think so. Why would somebody do that though? Unless they're looking for trouble. Then, well, if they're looking for trouble, then I wouldn't consider that disrespect. They're just going to get what they're looking for, right? Meaning, yeah, like I done had people run up on me, gang members. Like I used to live in Crip neighborhoods and all that, right? Are you still taking questions? Where's the intel on the virtuous man, Da Vinci? Well, what do you mean? What about Da Vinci? How do you say a cult like and keep secrets? People can't keep secrets. It's called the blood oath. Meaning, take a blood oath. Meaning, if I falter, then my life should be taken. That's what you do. If you're not that serious about it, leave it alone. Leave it alone. That's my advice. I know you don't want to hear that, but what the fuck am I supposed to tell you? If you're not willing to die for it, then don't live for it. If you're not willing to die for it, don't live for it. You know, just do something else. Right? Take a blood oath, meaning you have a blood pact with a demon. Demon, okay. If I violate the law, you can take my soul. If I violate the law, the demon gonna say, "Oh shit, fuck it. Why not? Let's see if you really got what it takes." If you ain't that serious about it, leave it alone. If you ain't that serious about it, leave it alone. That's how you keep a secret. Like, yo, if I don't do this and my soul is gone, I think you would keep secrets, right? Da Vinci's drawing of the virtue. No, I'm saying that wrong. The virtue. No, don't. Let me make sure I'm saying that right. The Vit rule. The Vit rule Vringen, man. What about it? I know what you're talking about, but what is the question though? What about the drawing? Like what specifically are you asking about the drawing? Like I know what you're talking about, but what are you asking about it? It's a drawing by Da Vinci. You know, that's based on the Kabbalah. It's based on Adam Cadman, right? The sacred geometry of it. What I'm telling you now is based on the Kabbalah. It's based on Adam Cadman. Do you know about Adam Cadman? Because if you know about Adam Codman, then that tells you everything you need to know right there. Just type in Adam Codman. That's where Da Vinci got his inspiration from. It's based on Kabbalistic teachings. So that's Kabbalistic. So you must understand the Kabbalah, all right? You must understand the Kabbalah. Spell the last name K-O, not K-O, K-A-D-M-O-N, Adam Codman, all right? That's Kabbalah, that's Kabbalistic teachings, all right? So you got to study the Kabbalah. All right, yeah, there you go. So you see, it's Kabbalistic, it's Kabbalistic teachings, all right? So you got to study the Kabbalah. So that's why I'd be so extreme, you know? I'd be so extreme because to me it's worth it. But I can't tell you it's worth it to you. That's the thing. To me it's worth it. To me it's worth it to be a keeper of secrets. I put my life on the line. I will put my soul on the line. I will die for this. I can't say the same about anybody else. And I don't expect anybody else to take it that seriously, but I do. So that's why I get on here and I reveal things that other people simply would never reveal. Because the people that know what I know, they don't talk about it. They don't speak about it because they have taken an oath of silence. The difference between me and them, I didn't take an oath of silence. I took an oath of truth. Meaning I'm going to speak the truth regardless. If I stop speaking the truth, then my life is over. That's how I take it. I'm like, all right, the moment I start to become a liar, the moment I start to put other things before this, now I got a problem. Now I got to deal with the consequence. Now I'm shortening my own life because I'm not being real to myself. I don't expect nobody else to match that energy though. But that's just the energy that I bring to it, right? And I'm not saying 93 is going to do that for you or to you. That's just my dedication to the path, right? That's why I just keep going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. As you see, if you've been watching me for years, you see I'm just going deeper and deeper. I'm not becoming lighter and lighter. I'm going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. I'm taking you to the depths, to the point where you're having face-to-face conversations with the devil himself or herself, depending on your perspective, right? So that's how you know what I'm channeling. So we ain't ever got to wonder like, yo, this is straight from the Baphomet. This is straight from the Horn God, right? I move my ego out the way. Remember, I have dissolved myself to nothing. I am just a voice. I'm just a voice of many things. I'm just a voice, right? This has nothing to do with my ego. If it was about my ego, then I would have different intentions, right? Like I said, I really gain nothing from this. I don't gain anything from this, right? I'm only doing this to benefit those who do have something to gain. I'm not gaining anything, right? Because that's not why I'm here. I'm not here to gain. I'm here to give, meaning I'm not here to take. I don't get on YouTube to take. I get on YouTube to give. That's why you don't see any ads on my videos, now do you? Right? So you know no money is being made, not because I said it, because every video you click on, you can click on it and there's no breaks, no ads, because I made it that way, because I'm here to give. I will put ads on my videos. I'm trying to take. Okay, I'm gonna put 20 fucking ads in the video. You know what I mean? You know how many ads I can put on these 9-hour live streams? It can be like 100 fucking advertisement through 9 hours, 7 hours, 5 hours. I can have 100 damn ads. But you don't see me doing that. You can watch 9 hours straight through, 5 hours straight through, 7 hours straight through, no interruption. Right? So I just show and prove it. You don't gotta fuck my words. You can observe it. Click on any of my videos, no interruptions. So you know YouTube is not giving me any money for this. I'm not gaining anything from it, but I am here to give because I have the energy to give. All right? Because I'm coming from a different place. I'm coming from a different source. I'm just showing the validity and the reality of the Horn God. I'm showing you that the Horn God is real. I'm showing you that the Baphomet is real. Because again, all these other people are part of secret societies. They can't speak on this, or they're going to be in trouble. I'm the only one that's able to speak about it. But again, that's because I gave my life to it. I'm not playing around with this. I live this every single day. I don't play around with this. This is not a show. This is what I'm doing on or off camera, right? That's why I'm dedicated to this. This is a lifestyle. I'm just showing you the validity of it. Everybody already believes in God, right? But I'm showing you the truth of the devil. That's what I'm doing, right? That's why I introduced you to the book of the law. Who was talking about the book of the law before I was? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. The only person I ever seen even mention it is Bobby Hemmett. So if you're not talking about Bobby Hemmett, ain't nobody was even talking about Thelema at all. The only person I was talking about is Bobby Hemmett. That's it. That's it. Right? So once he stopped teaching, then I came to the scene. Just acknowledge that, right? When Bobby Hemmett stopped teaching, which was around 2011, I came on the scene 2013 to continue, right? So once his mission was complete, when he completed his mission, then I came to the scene 2 years right after that, right? To keep the energy going. And I'm not saying that Bobby Hemmett was 93, but he's the only one that ever even mentioned Aleister Crowley, the Book of the Law, AWAS. Nobody else was making lectures about that, even to this day. Even to this day. How do I know? Because when I was researching this, people like me don't come up. When I type in a Book of the Law, people like me don't come up. It's people that look opposite of me. When I type in Thelema, people like me don't pop up. Even to this day. But who read to you the whole Book of the Law? I did. That's what I'm saying. So that's how I know how real this shit is. I'm like, people like me are not even into this. You don't see people like me saying 93. Not for the reason I said. They may say it for their own reasons, you know, whether it's gang related or it's something else, but they don't say it the way I said it, right? So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, shout out to Bobby Hemmett. To me, he was the most authentic. He was really the only one I actually listened to. I didn't listen to nobody else. He was the only one I actually listened to. Why? Because he was always coming directly from the spirit. He would acknowledge the ancestors. He was doing it the right way. Everybody else is just being intellectuals running their fucking mouth. They're just smart. These are just a bunch of smart intellectuals. Bobby wasn't a smart intellectual. He spoke from the heart. He spoke from the spirit. That's why he was able to speak for hours, 6 hour minimum. He was putting motherfuckers to sleep, 6 hour minimum. Right? It's hard to find that in today's times. It's hard to find people who are just able to spit continuously. But I showed and proved it's possible, now didn't I, right? I done gave y'all just hours upon hours upon hours upon hours upon hours upon hours upon hours, year after year after year after year. So that's why it is what it is, you know. He said it wasn't for the money. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly why I'm like, yo, I understand Bobby Hemmett. I understand his plight. I understand you like, yo, he was having trouble paying rent. He was having trouble paying his bills. His lights was getting cut off. I remember those lectures. He was being real. He like, yo, he probably was only getting like 200 a lecture. That's why he had to do so many lectures, because he was charging less than everybody else. So that's why he has hundreds of lectures out here. Because everybody else they're just so fucking smart and intellectual. Like, no, they ain't doing anything for less than 500 or less than 1,000. He was willing to take 200. So that's why he has so many lectures, because people could actually afford him. While everybody else, they're too intellectual, they're too deep, then they're charging. People can't afford that shit. That's why people feel like now people want the knowledge to be free now. That's how it is now, right? That's how it was before. That's how it is now. People ain't trying to pay for no fucking knowledge. Bobby Hemmett understood that. So that's why he kept his prices low. So that's why he was able to work for as long as he worked and get out as much information as he got out, because he had to continuously keep going. So if he's getting booked every weekend, which I believe he was at one point, so he's getting booked every weekend. So he had to have something to say. He had to have something to talk about. That's why his library, his body of work is so vast. He's talking about this, he's talking about that. He done talked about literally all deities from around the world. Because he had to come up with information on a weekly basis. While everybody else, they be doing the same fucking lecture for years. That's the difference, right? That's why Bobby outworked everybody who was his peers. He outworked all of his peers. There is nobody else who has more lectures than Bobby Hemmett who come from his time. There's nobody who has more hours put in than him. There's more Bobby Hemmett lectures than any of these so-called metaphysical teachers. There's nobody who outworked him because he had to keep coming with the information. He had to have that energy. That's why he was summoning the spirits before all of his live streams, because he had to keep coming with that energy. He had to get into the spirit. He didn't have enough physical energy to do that. He had to call upon the spirit. He knew that he had to call upon the spirit. Everybody else is just running their mouth with their intellectualism. That's why they just talk about the same stuff. They may talk about same. They may only have a new lecture like once a year or something. You can't book these people every weekend and they have something new to say. They having new downloads. But when you're in the spirit, you're going to get downloads very frequently. That's what I'm talking about. You don't just get to do 1,000 videos like I've done. I've done over 1,000 videos. I don't even know how many videos I have at this point. I just keep pushing them out. If you ask me how many videos I did, I don't even know my number. I don't know how many videos even on this channel at this point. But you see, I just keep pumping them out, right? Because it's not me, it's not my ego, it's not my physical energy. This is me moving out of the way and allowing the spirit to say exactly what it needs to say. That's why I'm in the closet right now. You saw me before, I'm just laying on the bed, comfortable and shit. I'm like, I'm too comfortable. Let me take my ass into the closet. Like where you should actually have your altar. Your altar should be away from public. The public shouldn't even know what you're doing. So I'm in here, like all this stuff is in here. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on in here. So I'm taking you into the most intimate space. I was like, oh, that makes more sense. The spirit actually would be stronger in here instead of me just being in the room lounging and shit. Nah, let me take you into the depths. Let me take you into the darkness. That's why we're in here right now, right? Just to make it more intimate, right? Most people doing spell work on their partners because they don't have self-control. They knew what they were getting into the moment that they were dealing with a person. It's a saying, you cannot turn a hoe to a housewife. You knew who the fuck you were dealing with when you got with them. But now, all of a sudden, now you want them to change. No, it's your fault. It's your fault. You knew what you were signing up for. And you liked it. Now you want to keep it to yourself. It's their own fault. So all the karma that comes from that is their own fault. Fuck them. It's your own fault. You should have accepted who you were fucking with and just let it be that. And then you will have no problems. If you're dealing with a hoe, a scarlet woman, then you realize who the fuck you're dealing with. Let them be exactly who they are. Because honestly, when you allow people to be who they are, you don't need to do any of that shit. That's what people don't understand. That's what people don't understand. When you allow people to just to be who they are, because nobody else accepts them anyway. That's what people don't realize. Nobody accepts them anyway. Look at all the disrespect prostitutes have to go through on a daily basis. So that's why when they merge with pimps, the pimp actually respects the woman. That's why she gives him the money. That's because he actually respects her and she respects him. It is a level of respect that she is not going to get from a square, from a trick. The trick is just looking at ass and titties. There's no real respect there. They're just looking at body parts. That's how most people are looking at it. They're just looking at body parts. Most women are just looking at men for the pocketbook. They're just looking at how much they can do for them. There is no true respect between people any fucking way. It's the battle of the sexes. I already talked about that in modern day relationships. I did a whole video about that already, right? So, whatever you get into, it's your own fault. It's your own fault. It's your own fault. You should not try to change any goddamn body. Change yourself. That's it. That's really the only thing you have control over anyway. You can't control anybody else anyway. But some reason people are trying to control people. You out of pocket. So Montu 93, you out of pocket. And whatever karma that comes from that is your own fault. You out of pocket. Let people do them. You will be a lot happier, right? But the people don't. That's why I say humans are fucking idiots. Humans are fucking idiots. People are afraid to be alone because they don't even know who they are. Because when you're alone, you're just by yourself with who you actually are. And then those vices start to come out. And people don't really like themselves. That's why they got to get drugged up. That's why they got to get alcoholed up. They don't like themselves. People don't like who they really are. They have not accepted their shadow. Because you got to do this shit. If you really want to accept your shadow, you got to go into the dark side and meet your shadow face to face, eye to eye. But that shit is scary. Because you're really a fucking monster. You're really a fucking beast. And you don't like the reflection that you see in the mirror. Because it's not comfortable to look at. You're really a fucking killer. But it's not comfortable to accept that because you're fucking God's gift to the earth. How can you accept the fact that you're really a killer within? So people fool themselves. People fool themselves. You can't accept the killer within. Right? You can't accept the beast. You can't accept the shadow. You can't accept the devil within. You can acknowledge God, but you can't acknowledge the devil. You can acknowledge the archangel, but you can't acknowledge the archdevil. So that's why people are just doing what humans do, which is avoiding the truth. That's why people watch movies all day. That's why people eat the fast food. They are avoiding their own truth. They want to deal with it when they die. But at that time, it's too late. You are supposed to prepare for death. This life is to prepare for death. But people are not making no preparations. All right? The Lima prepares you for death. That's why people don't fuck with it. That's why people don't like the Lima. It prepares you for death. A beautiful death, though. That's the difference. But when you are afraid to die, the last thing you want to think about is death. Oh, I want to live. I want to be life, 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 life. But these people are weak. Anybody who's running away from anything is weak. Right? Bobby hit me, we should fall in love with death. That's what I'm saying. But how many people took heed to that? Honestly, how many people even acknowledge him to this day? Look how the so-called conscious community even treats Bobby Hemmett. I done seen people talking crazy about Bobby Hemmett. I done saw people talk reckless about Bobby Hemmett within the own conscious community. So that just lets you know that they didn't even respect him. Because they didn't talk reckless about him. I didn't seen it. I didn't heard it with my own ears. They talk reckless about him. And then they don't acknowledge him like he never even existed because they never understood him. So that's just what comes with this. Because you don't do this for acknowledgement anyway. So that's just what comes with this. So they slander his name even to this day. I done heard many conscious people talk ill about him, not acknowledge him, disrespect him, like he never existed, or they don't mention him at all, like they wasn't influenced by him. And these are supposed to be the so-called teachers today. They don't even acknowledge him. Like he just never existed. Like they wasn't watching his lectures. They don't even acknowledge him. Like they didn't invented everything they talk about. They don't even acknowledge him. So, but they do it at their own demise. They do it to their own demise. Because when you don't acknowledge the ancestors don't acknowledge you. So you just, that's how people become scammers. And they got to do all this extraordinary shit, which don't have nothing to do with the knowledge. Because, there's no money in this. You're not about to become rich off of consciousness. You have to become rich within. And you will get your riches in another way, but it ain't going to be because you are conscious. Consciousness may lead to other routes. But if you're doing this, you need to keep all that away. That's what I do. I'm not expecting to get rich. I'm not expecting to get successful off of this. That's not why I'm doing this. That will happen in different ways. So I'm doing this because I have to remain pure. I made an oath. This is my obligation, to remain pure. So when you hear me speak, you know that it's coming from the heart. You know that it's pure, right? You know that there are no alternative motives. Why would I be talking about the shit I'm talking about if it's alternative motive? I wouldn't even be talking about no devil shit. I would be talking about what everybody else is talking about. But I don't know what everybody else is talking about because I don't tap in. That's why I don't tap in. I don't want to know what anybody else is talking about. I don't even want to get into that vortex, so I stay over here. So I don't get caught up into that nonsense. Right, so that's what it is. But again, this is not the average person, right? People are trying to extract. I'm only here to give. That's why I always say I'm only here to give. I'm not here to take anything. Nobody owes me a motherfucking thing, right? I'm here to give. Then if people feel inclined to give back, that's them, but they're not obligated. You see, I still show up. I still give the same energy because I don't have any ulterior motives. But again, that's not a common sight. When the last time I asked y'all to like the video? It's just the truth. You don't hear me even talking like that. Like the video, comment. When the last time you heard me drop my cash app? Right? I don't do that. Because that's not why I'm here. They take what he say out of context. Because they never was with him in the first place. They were fake. When he was popping, when he was hot, they wanted to be in his atmosphere. They wanted to be in his mist. But now that he's, moved on to a different phase in his life, now they don't acknowledge him, now they disrespect him, now they slander him, now they talk all types of recklessness about him. But when he was here doing the thing, when he was popping, they was listening in the audience like everybody else. And then, they take what he say out of context. They misdirect the people. Now they're doing their own thing. Now they didn't create their own shit off of what he built. But, should we expect anything less? That's why the conscious community is filled with a bunch of hustlers. Because the people that put in the real work they're not really around anymore. The people who laid the foundation, they're not around anymore. So the game was left to a bunch of hustlers and scammers and people who were just trying to make money. This shit is just entertainment now. Conscious community, spiritualists, this is just entertainment. This is just entertainment at this point, right? Can't trust these people. That's why they have so much dirt and so much slander on their name. They're not trustworthy. People don't call you a scammer for no reason. They have evidence. These people are not trustworthy. They never was. They just were around people that was. So they got their clout up for being right next to Bobby Hemmett, or right next to this person, right next to Delbert Blair, for example. People got their clout up by being next to these people or by interviewing these people, but these people were never trustworthy. So now that these people are the pillars of the conscious community, that's why it's in the state that it's in. Right? Now everybody just starting to sell products, right? And I'm not against somebody getting their money. Get your money. I really don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck what people are doing. I'm just explaining to you why they do what they do, right? They just so happen to be in the midst of real motherfuckers. But that don't make them real because they was in the midst of real motherfuckers. So that's what it is, you know. And again, not trying to be on here too long, cause you know, like I'll be on here like 20 more minutes, and I'll check out. I'm not about to make this a long live stream. I'm not gonna make this too long, cause again, it's just not necessary at this point, right? If you're really about that life, you should be putting in work. You should dedicate your life to the great work. If you don't dedicate your life to the great work, then don't. You know, either do it or don't do it. Because it's your life to live, right? Either do it or don't, right? But dedicate yourself to something. That's what I said. Dedicate yourself to something. If it's not the occult, it's not the occult. But dedicate yourself to something. Don't just be out here just, you know, just lollygagging around, just hopping from this person to that person, from this knowledge to that knowledge. Don't be that type of person. But that's what people try to. They're trying to listen to every goddamn. I want to see what everybody says. But like, all right, yeah, keep hopping around till you realize that, like, damn, ain't nobody really talking about nothing. Especially when their life don't reflect it. But that comes out in due time. That comes out in due time, right? And that's what I mean. People are not even, they're not good at business. I keep saying that, right? If you're not a good business person, people will point that out. If you're taking people's money and you're not giving them what they pay for, they're gonna let it be known. I paid for something and I didn't get what I paid for. They're gonna let it be known. They're gonna be on your ass. You start taking people's hard-earned money and you don't give them what they ask for, they will be on your motherfucking ass, and they are not letting up. Because now they take it personally. That's what happens. Not like you're making people take this shit personally when they didn't even want to, because they was looking up to you. They be looking up to these people. Then when they like, damn, you know, they be talking good knowledge. Then when you try to do business with the people, it's like, damn, like, where the fuck my shit at? Then it's like that. Now they gotta change their whole perspective about you, because now you're not doing good business. That's what happens. These people can talk a good game, but when it comes to that business, it's like, they suck. You think it's a coincidence why they suck at business? You think it's a coincidence? People can only be what they are. People can only be what they are. You think it's a coincidence why all these people in the so-called spiritual community, conscious community, why do they suck at business? Why do most black people, so-called black people, suck at business? We ain't figured this out yet. Why is it so hard to support, you can say, black-owned businesses? Why do these people suck at business? Do y'all have the answer? Do y'all know the answer to that? Why is it that these people are bad business people? Whether it's somebody trying to start a black-owned store, black-owned business, black this, black that, why are they so bad at business? Why they can't have their shit on point like Walmart had their shit on point? Like Target has their shit on point. Like all these so-called white-owned shit. Why they don't have their shit on point? Why can't people get their orders like they're supposed to get their orders? Why gotta be a bunch of runaround shit? Alright? Why do we see this time and time again? Now I'm going beyond the conscious community. I'm talking about like most black-owned businesses is there. They suck at business. Why? Some of these people are college educated, so it ain't about smarts. Some of these people have degrees. A lot of these people have degrees. A lot of these people are educated. A lot of these people are intelligent. But why do they suck at business? To the point where people have to call them out for it. It's just a question, right? Just a question. I need to stretch my legs. Hold on. Exactly. 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 So until we figure that out, we're going to keep being in these same positions. But we constantly run our mouth about being self-reliant, about building black-owned businesses and supporting black businesses. But they make it so fucking hard to do that now, don't they? They make it so fucking hard to do that shit now, don't they? All right, then. That's all I'm saying. It's called greed. For those who act like they don't just know the fucking answer, it's called greed. It's called greed. Greed. It's called vice. Just because you start a business, just because you have knowledge, just because you have information to share does not make you a good business person. Because in order to be a good business person, you can't be based off of greed. You can't do it. You can't do what the so-called white man do. You can't do it. They can be based off of greed. They can sell you a bunch of shit that you don't need, but the whole point of you starting a business is to be opposite of that, right? The whole purpose of you starting a business is to be opposite of that, right? It's to evolve beyond the trickery that we have to face with all these other business people. We already know businessmen and women are tricky characters any fucking way. So we're supposed to be the opposite of that. But most of the time, we end up being just the same. Even worse at times. How the fuck are you worse than Walmart? How the fuck that happened? How many times do we have to see all these people that start all these businesses just for them to become bankrupt and to go out of business? They failed because they weren't able to give people what they promised that they would give people. Now people feel scammed. People feel like, damn, they got over. Why does it happen time and time again? It's levels to this shit. Yeah, I would love to patronize with more black businesses, but past experience has me hesitant. Exactly. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to y'all. Right? That's what I'm saying. We can't trust each other. We can't trust each other because it's too much greed. We can't trust each other. We do bad business. Right? because it's levels to this shit. And people want to take shortcuts. You cannot take shortcuts. We're too busy trying to take shortcuts because that's what scammers do. That's what hustlers do. They're looking for shortcuts. Right? Please share something about working with crystal balls. Well, you know, it's good to help develop your clairvoyance. Crystal balls are good to help develop your clairvoyance. It's called scrying. It's called scrying. That's when you look at reflective surfaces and you're looking at how the light bounces off of reflective surfaces. Basically, as you see this, right? Like if this reflects off of, let me see. If this reflects off of, hold on. I don't even have nothing in here to even show you. Basically, you know, like reflective surfaces. And if you're looking at the light bounce off of it, it puts you in alpha brain waves. When you're constantly looking at the flicker of the light. It's the same thing with ASMR. For people who watch ASMR videos, when they be shining the light and shit, that's scrying. That puts you in the alpha brainwave state, and that's how people are able to see visions in the crystal balls, because it's a form of scrying. So just the reflective surface of the crystal ball, you know, so especially when light is hitting it, and you know, when the light is reflecting off of it, so it puts you in the alpha brainwave state. That's how you're able to see things into the crystal ball, because it helps you to develop your clairvoyance, because it's called scrying. Which you can do with anything. You can do that with a fucking spoon. You can do it with a fork. So you don't even need a crystal ball. You can do it with any reflective surface. It just, you know, you're just making the surface. You can do it in the sun. Put a spoon up in the sun and just watch that shit shine. And you're just looking at it, and it just puts you in alpha brainwaves, and you will be able to start to see images. But that's due to your own clairvoyance. That's you stimulating your third eye. So that's what crystal ball gazing is. It's just a form of scrying. Just you're staring into a reflective surface, then you're able to project. You can also do it with water. So people can do it with a bowl of water. When you can stare into a bowl of water, and you're just looking at, and you know you're in the sun. So go out on your balcony, on your porch, whatever, put a bowl of water into the direct sunlight, and you see how the water begins to reflect. And as the water moves, the water is reflecting the light of the sun. And then you can gaze into it, and then you can begin to see images. So that's a form of scrying. So that's what that is. You know, very, very powerful, you know, for those who want to develop their clairvoyance. So that's what that is. That's just helping you to develop your clairvoyance, which you can do with anything, right? The only reason people chose crystal balls is because, you know, crystals, it's just easy to make that form. It's easy to make something into a sphere. Right, it's very easy to put it in that form, but it's not necessary for you. Again, you can do it with a bowl of water, so you don't necessarily need a crystal ball. It's easy to make a crystal ball, especially if you have a black crystal ball. See, a lot of people have like crystal quartz, but you know, use a black. And I didn't show y'all, you know, black crystal balls. I didn't show y'all on this channel years ago, right? I didn't had the black crystal balls. I didn't had the white crystal balls, so I know this due to personal experience. I didn't have the crystal balls, right? So that's what that is, you know, to answer that question. It's a form of scrying, and it helps to develop your clairvoyance, you know. So, but again, if all you have is a bowl and water and sunlight, you can do it too. So you don't need to necessarily buy a crystal ball if you don't have one. But if you do, you don't no issues with that. So it's just a form of scrying, all right? And that's what we're supposed to do, you know. All of these things are already within us, right? I have a black one and a crystal quartz, exactly, you know. So if you have it, good. You know, definitely just take it out to the sun, right? Just take your crystal balls out in the sun and move that bitch around. You know what I mean? And just allow yourself to go into alpha brain waves, and you will be able to see imagery, right? You can project imagery. So some people can receive images, but then you can project images towards the crystal ball as well, right? So you can project or you can receive images. It all depends on what you're trying to do. So if you're trying to project your thoughts, so you should be able to see your thoughts in the crystal ball if that's what you're trying to do, or you can receive. So just as long as you set your intention, you know, you will be able to do that. But again, you can do that with any tools. So whatever you have, use whatever you have. So if you have crystal balls, use a crystal ball. If all you have is boiling water and sunlight, then use that. So use whatever you have and then develop those abilities, right? If that's what you choose to do, right? So that's my personal synopsis on that again, because I didn't know I did these things as well. So, you know, again, be about 5 more minutes. We'll make it an even 150. So yeah, about 5 more minutes, and we're going about our day. So yeah, what's up, Ashar? Can you speak on jobs being a distraction from the spiritual path or distractions in general? I wouldn't say that, because you can do whatever you do at the job. The job is only a distraction if you make it a distraction, because your mind is always free. You can be picking up boxes all day, but your mind is always free. Your mind does not have to be occupied by picking up boxes or taking orders or whatever it is that you do. Your mind is always free, or you have the ability to keep your mind free, so it's not a distraction, right? Especially if it's keeping you alive. So it's definitely not a distraction. If that paycheck is paying your goddamn bills, then that's not a distraction. It's called survival. That's how you're surviving. I wouldn't call that a distraction, right? But it's all about how you utilize this. This is what's the distraction. People are at work and thinking about nonsense. They're thinking about clocking out just to do nothing. That's the distraction. You can't wait to clock out just to go home and do nothing. That's the distraction. Because if you really had plans, if you really had things to do, you can do it while on the job. You can do it mentally. You can be planning mentally. While you're at the job, you can be planning. You can be making your next moves visually. You can be imagining your future while you're at the job. Because that's what you should be doing anyway, whether you're at the job or not. So I'm not going to blame the job. Yeah, use a job. Keep your bills paid. Keep your lights on. Keep your children fed. Right? But what you do in the meantime, that's what matters. It's not the job that matters. It's what you're doing on the mental plane that matters. That's what matters, because you can be doing anything. That's why I say commit the occult to memory. That's what makes the distraction, because what you're about to go home and start fucking with your tarot deck, you should already have the tarot memorized. What you're going to go home and work on the Kabbalah, you should have the Kabbalah memorized. Whatever you're trying to rush home to do, you should already be able to do that. What you're trying to go home and meditate, you should already be meditative. That's the distraction. Whatever it is that you're trying to rush home to do, this is why you committed to memory. There's no need to rush home. What are you doing? Right? My job doesn't have 100% of me. It shouldn't have 1% of you. Remember, all is mental. All is mental. So what you're doing physically is irrelevant. What you do physically is irrelevant. That's not what makes the difference in success or failure. It's not even what you're doing physically. That doesn't matter. It's what you're doing here that matters. And I'm pointing here like the mind. The mind is everywhere, but the mind is not just there. I guess this is more about the third eye. So I guess that's more about but it's the first universal law, the law of mentalism. So that's what matters. It's about what you're thinking. That's what matters. Because again, just because you're at home don't mean you're a mastermind. Right? How do you build up more energy to stay up more? Well, if you feel a lack of energy, you have to pinpoint what's taking away your energy. There's something that's taking your energy away. You should already have unlimited energy, but there's something that's draining your energy. So you need to pinpoint what is it that's taking your energy away. Whether it's your diet, whether it's your relationship, whether it's your leisures, there's something that's taking your energy away. So you need to pinpoint what's taking your energy away, then reallocate that energy, right? So that's what it is. So anybody who feels like they don't have enough energy, there's something that's taking your energy away. Or it could be your thoughts, it can be your emotions. That's why I say your relationships. It can be your emotions, it can be your thoughts, it can be your desires, and it can be your memories. That's the 4 elements: desire, emotion, thought, memory. So you have to see, like, which one is it? Is it my desires? Do I desire a bunch of things that I have no way of obtaining, which is just a waste of energy? Is my emotional plane caught up in my family, my kids, my wife, my husband? Are they just draining me? That's emotion. Thoughts, are my thoughts just all over the place? Are they not consistent? That takes away your energy. Or my memory. Am I always thinking about the past, overly thinking about the past, or even overly thinking about the future? That takes away your energy. So you have to pinpoint what's taking away your energy and then make the proper corrections, all right? Because you should have unlimited energy, right? That's what I try to show, right? That's why I'm able to get on here and just talk for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Because ain't nothing else taking my energy. That's why I say I just dedicate myself. Me just dedicating myself to this, meaning all my energy is concentrated here. Right? So my desire is 93. My emotion is 93. My thoughts, 93. My memories, 93. So when it comes to 93, I got all the energy in the world. So that's why I'm able to just put all my energy into this, and you see it ain't nothing, right? But again, that's because I took away all of the extra distractions, which is not easy to do, especially again if you already got all type of situations going on. So you have to reallocate your energy. So your energy is there. It's just all over the place. You have to reallocate it. Bring it back to the source. Bring it back. Compress your energy into one. You could say one ball of energy. Then you have to make sure that it's not all over the place. But you know, that's the alter ego. That's the shadow. The shadow likes to go all over the place. It's like a child. Everybody has an inner child, right? All we hear about, you got to heal your inner child. No, you just got to discipline your inner child. Your inner child must be disciplined. But who knows who the inner child is? See, this is what I'm saying. Like, people think this shit be coming out of nowhere, right? You need to heal your inner child. Well, who was the child? Who was the child God? For those who know, who was the child God? So all these people who think I gotta heal my inner child, I hear all this bullshit, right? Who was the inner child? Who was the child God? Because I'm just letting you know where all that come from. Legba or the fool. Well, who was the child God? The Lima wise. According to the Lima, this is the age of the child God. Who is that God? Who was the God? Who was the child God? Right? Because I'm just showing you where all this stuff comes from. People don't just be coming up with this stuff. We think people be coming up with this stuff, but they're really pulling from the source. There is a source, and people just remix this shit and they just whitewash it, and now it's unrecognizable from the source. The same thing with narcissists. You think people just came up with this narcissist shit? They just pulled it out of thin air? Hypocrite. What is the correct way to say that? That's the Greek. That's the Greek. That's the Greek. What is the proper term? What is the correct spelling of that? Yeah, it's hypocrite, but what is the correct spelling of that? That's the Greek spelling, right? What is the Egyptian spelling of that? No, it's not Rahakewid. That's the God. That's the twin God. That's the God on the throne. We're talking about the child God. What is the correct spelling? And I'm just taking y'all back to the source. Haru Raha is the twin God. So you're close, almost. What is the correct spelling of hypocrite? I'm just taking y'all back to the source so that we don't get tangled up with the Greek shit. The Greek shit, again, it loses a lot of meaning in translation. That's why I take y'all back to the source. Because when we start dealing with translations, it loses meaning Every time something goes through a translation, you lose levels of information or downloads that you don't get, right? So that's why I always encourage you to go back to the original source. Because just saying the word in the original tongue makes a difference, right? So what is it? What is the original name? And I'm just testing your knowledge of the Lima, right? I'm just testing your knowledge. So as you see, I'm just throwing curveballs. Just throwing curveballs to see where y'all really at with it. See if y'all really students of this game. But anyway, I'll be on here five more minutes. I'll log out. So if y'all don't guess it in 5 minutes, I'll just tell you. I ain't gonna just have y'all here all day. All right. Just making a point here that all this comes from somewhere, and it comes from a place that they don't want to acknowledge, but they always got to go back to the source. Meaning every occultist has to study Crowley. That you don't have to like him, but you had to acknowledge the work that he put in. He made it available for you to even access the occult. If you remove Crowley out of the equation, it's just information that you otherwise would not even have access to. You wouldn't even be able to decode it if it wasn't for him. So people don't have to agree with what he did, the lifestyle that he lived, but you must acknowledge his works. You must acknowledge the literature. You must acknowledge the Lima. Because if you don't, then everything else is not going to make no fucking sense. That's why I'm able to make sense out of everything that came after it, because it all starts there. And if you want to go further back, you got to study Blavatsky. But you see, people like me don't study this stuff. That's my whole point. When I be researching this stuff, the people that speak about this stuff, they do not look like me. So I'm like, how the fuck did I even get here? Like, I can't be the only one that's into this stuff, but when I be researching this stuff, the people don't look like me. I gotta listen to other people's, and I'm like, I can't even listen to them because they ain't even deep enough. So then I gotta read the literature myself, which is what I had to do. I had to read the Book of the Law myself. I had to read the Book of the Thought myself. All this stuff, like, I can't depend on nobody else's interpretation. I had to go and read myself. That's why I'm like, I know the original name because I had to read it myself. So, because Awas, let me give you a hint. Awas is a priest of Hippocrates. So Awas was the voice of Hippocrates, which is the Greek term. That's not the original term, it's the Greek term. But that's Awas is a priest of the child God. So if Awas wrote the Book of the Law, and Awas is the priest of the child God, and we are living in the time of the child God. And then all of it, we wonder why all these children are getting hurt. We wonder why we're going through all these school shootings like never before. We wonder why all this stuff is happening because we don't even understand the age that we are in. We wonder why all these children are getting attacked. All we hear about is children and violence. More than ever, whether we're talking about what's going on the border, all these children that have to pass the border, that got to go through all this madness to even get over here. Their whole soul be gone by the time they cross these borders. They didn't been destroyed. Their whole spirit is destroyed before they even get to the U.S. And again, all this stuff is recent, right? But we wonder, well, why does all this stuff happen? All right? I used to carry a mini Book of the Law and read it around 2016, 2017. I ain't gonna lie though, you helped me to understand much more. Cause you know, we really in this shit. That's what I'm here to do. That's what I'm here to do, right? Cause we really in this shit. We really in this shit. We really live this shit. That's the difference, right? I'm not just trying to teach you anything. This is life. The Lima is life. The Lima is a law of the universe. This is not a religion. This is a law of the universe. So when you study the Lima, you're really studying the whole law of the universe. This is more than Aleister Crowley. This is more than what happened with him. This is the law of the universe. We just have a word for it. The Lima is a Greek word. for true will, right? He didn't create that word. The Lima was not created by Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley just introduced us to it. But he didn't invent it, just like he didn't write the Book of the Law. The Book of the Law was written by Awas, who was a priest of Hippocrates, which is the Greek term. And I see y'all still haven't said the original word. I ain't even gonna reveal it. But it's in the Book of the Law, so if you want the original word, it's horos. That's not the original word. Horos is Greek. That's Greek. You see, everybody knows the Greek. Y'all not seeing where I'm going with this? Y'all are throwing me Greek words. I'm asking you the Egyptian words, the Kemetic words. Yes, Haru is a Kemetic word, but what is the word from the Book of the Law? The child God. There's a certain name for the child God. It's a Kemetic word. Then I'm like, well, I'm like, oh, am I going too far? I guess I'm going too far with that. I guess I'm going too far with that. I'm just encouraging you to go to the original source, right? You say everybody know the Greek shit. We're too familiar with the Greek. We're not familiar enough with the Kemetic. That's all I'm trying to introduce you to. We're Greeked all over the place. We know all this Greek shit, right? Because it's Greek all over the place. When you go into the medical industry, Greek. It's Greek, Greek, Greek. When you go to college, Greek, Greek, Greek. When you study stars, astronomy, Greek, 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 Greek. All over the place. But you're not really introduced to the Kemetic terms, and there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. That holds a completely different energy. That hits you completely differently. So that's all I'm doing is encouraging you to go to the source. That's all. The Greek is not enough because you got to go further back. Because there's so much lost in translation. Because if I'm just going around saying Horos, everybody knows Horos. Oh yeah, Horos. That's the falcon god. That's the child of Isis and Asar, not Asar, Osiris, which is all Greek. Isis, Osiris, all this is Greek, right? Like we're too familiar with the Greek, but it's a reason for that. Because once you start going back to the original tongue, just the way that you have to pronounce the word is different. See, we can pronounce these Greek words. We ain't got to roll our tongue. So you got to pronounce it in a certain type of way. Again, it activates different chakras when you speak the original tongue. That's why they don't want you speaking the original tongue. That's why they consider Aleister Crowley the wickedest man in the world, because he brought you back to the original tongue. He didn't stop at the Greek. He took you all the way back to Kemet. He told you the tarot came from Kemet. That's why he named it the Book of Thoth, which is also Greek. But he just used the Greek because this is what people are already familiar with, right? No, that's chapter 2 of the Book of the Law. No, that's chapter 2 of the Book of the Law. That is the counterpart to Nuet. That's the counterpart to Nuet. Your advice in the book of Psychomancy is enhancing me. Well, anytime you dig into the literature, you should be enhanced, because that's exactly what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be digging into the literature. Because Psychomancy didn't really do nothing for me. I read other books from that same author. I believe it's the mental science. That same author has like 5 different books that are basically, it's the same book written in 5 different ways, right? So Psychomancy wasn't the one that did it for me. It was the other books by the same author. Yeah, I'm still studying. You reminded me to memorize is important. So I'm always talking about memorization. Because it's only when you know about heart, that's when it activates. If you don't know about heart, it's not activated. You got to take it into the 3D. See, for most people, this stuff is still 2D. It's not 3D yet, meaning this is not living. The gods are not living yet. If you don't know their names, they're not living. These energies are not alive in your reality unless you know it from your heart space. Remember, the Egyptians or the Kemetic people, they honored the heart. Your heart stays in your body. They take the brain out through the nose. When you die, your brain comes out through the nose. Not that it comes out, but they suck the brain out through the nose, but they left your heart inside your body. So if you check all of the mummies, they had their heart intact. All the other organs are gone. The only organ that stays in your body is your heart. That's why the heart is being weighed against the feather of Mayat. So when you die, your heart is weighed against the feather of Mayat. Because that they're letting you know that the heart, that's the only thing that matters at the end of the day, is the heart. What have you preserved in your heart? That's why most people's hearts are heavier than the feather. Because they didn't have anything there. They may have loved, but like, well, what do you actually know? Do you know the name of the gods? Do you know the name of the gods? Oh, you don't? Well, that means they were never a reality to you. If you don't even know their names, that means they wasn't even a reality to you. That's why Crowley took us to the original Kemetic tongue. These are the Kemetic words. These are the underworld gods and the underworld goddesses. These are not the mainstream gods and goddesses. Some of them are mainstream, but most of them are not. That's why, again, like the names are not mainstream. You're not going to be able to just find it anywhere. You got to actually dig into the literature. That's how this becomes real. It's not real if you're not operating from the heart. That's what I mean by, that's why we have a bunch of smart, intellectual fools. We have a bunch of smart, intellectual fools. They have nothing. This is empty. They have empty hearts. That's why they can't be good businessmen and women. They have, this is empty. There's nothing here. This is all head. This is all brain. This is all brain. Most people are just all brain. They're educated. They're just all brain. But it don't matter how smart you are. Again, that doesn't make you good at business. That doesn't make you honorable. That doesn't make you respectful. That doesn't make you trustworthy. That just makes you smart. That just makes you intellectual. That just makes you a scholar. But you can do all of that without actually really being into the game yourself, right? Exactly, educated fools. That's all most people are. That's why they have no honor. They have no respect. That's why they can scam you and not care. That's what the brain, remember the brain, this is a trickster. This is Mercury. The thinking mind, that's Mercury. Mercury is a trickster. So it's no coincidence that people are tricksters because they're operating from Mercury. The thinking mind. All they know how to do is think. They have no imagination. Imagination is this. Imagination comes from here. That's the difference. Everybody is trying to think their way to their next dollar. They're trying to think their way to their next hustle. But they have no imagination. Because imagination is what takes you beyond. It takes you into the deep. It takes you into the duat. Right? Malcolm X only finished the 8th grade, but he was super smart. Because, you know, that's what the streets do to you. The streets make you into a trickster. That's why he was very skilled in trickery. Because it's a science. It's called the science of trickery. The science of what? Deception, or the art of deception. You learn the art of deception in the streets. Right? That ain't something that you learn from school. You may learn it in college, but you don't learn it in school. But you can learn it in the streets because this is what everybody in the streets is doing. All they're doing is hustling. They're selling things. They're trying to play on your vices. They're selling drugs. They're selling women. They're selling men. They're playing on your vice. So it's not hard to get into that because there's going to always be people with vice, right? It's going to always be people with vice. But when you supersede that, you're immune to it because it doesn't do anything for you because you're operating from the heart. You got imagination. Your imagination is more powerful than your vice. That's when you know you're the real deal. When your imagination is more powerful than your vice, right? Michael Jackson was super talented. He didn't have education from the system. A lot of our people didn't. A lot of our people were not educated. Elijah Muhammad had a third grade education, but he became the most successful black man in the history of America. That's why they would never give him that title. The most successful black man, I guess before what Kanye West and all that shit, right? Had a third grade education. So we already know, yes, school doesn't guarantee success because there's the most successful of us are not college educated. The most wise of us is not college educated because that's not what college is for. College does not guarantee success. A degree doesn't guarantee success. None of that is. None of that does, right? Because we are not thinking people. We are all about the imagination. We know how to imagine things into existence. Manifestation comes from us. We manifest from the heart. We don't manifest from the brain. That's why people, they have a hard time manifest like them. You can't manifest from the brain. That's not where it came from. The universal laws didn't come from the brain. But for whatever reason, but again, we can see these people a mile away, so. You express in ways that some people would guess that you're college educated. And that just goes to show. That just goes to show that if I can come off as college educated, but I'm not, I can't say I'm not. Listen, I'm not going to say I'm not. I just studied it. I just studied it on my own. So I'm not going to say I'm not college educated. I just didn't learn from professors. I learned from occultists. That's the only difference. So when you go to college, you learn from professors. I just learned from occultists. Right? That's all it is. So I'm not going to say I'm not college educated. I just didn't learn from professors. I learned from occultists. That's all. That's all. So again, I'm not here to say, well, college is useless. You shouldn't go. Again, I'm not encouraging anybody. I mean, if you are already on that path, definitely keep going. Just know that that's not where the journey ends, right? That's just not where the journey ends. When I worked in the system, some people assumed I was college educated. I dropped out in the 8th grade. Because when people think about what it means to be college educated, people just don't, they just, we can't really put high expectations on people. They just don't know any better, right? That's why they're so easily fooled. That's why they can't see tricksters right in front of their face. Because yes, there's a lot of people that talk well, very articulate. There's a lot of us. Oh, we do it the best, don't we? Oh, don't some of these fucking teachers do it the best? Oh, right? Don't some of these people do it the best? Oh, right? Very, very. They got that silver tongue, right? But again, those are attributes of Mercury. Those are attributes of Mercury. And Mercury is the trickster. Mercury has horns. There's a reason why Mercury has horns, meaning Mercury can learn from the light or the dark. That's what people don't realize. Mercury can go to college and become college educated, or Mercury can become street educated or occultic educated. That's why you see Mercury or the magician walking between the worlds, walking between dimensions. That's why you see that. So Mercury can cross into many dimensions. It's just that college is just a mainstream way. But there are many ways. It all depends on what, it depends on what field you're trying to go into. Some fields require you to have a college degree. So if your goal is to go into a field that requires a college degree, then you better get a college degree. If that's the field that you're trying to go into that's required, then that's exactly what you should do. Some fields don't require it. And that's becoming more and more and more like, especially if you're into the tech field. They're more about demonstration. Like, okay, you can have a college degree, but that don't mean you can actually do the job. If you can show and prove that you can do the job and that you can earn your salary, you can get the job. You just have to know how to demonstrate your ability. If you can demonstrate your ability, then yeah, the degree means nothing, because the person with a degree, if they can't demonstrate, then the degree means nothing. The degree is just supposed to say that I can demonstrate it. But that doesn't necessarily mean you can demonstrate it. Why? Because it's many different people that come from different colleges. Every college is not on the same level. That's the difference. Every college is not on the same level. So that's another thing. Just because somebody is college educated, that really doesn't mean anything, because all colleges are not taught the same. They are not on the same level. And that's why they look at where you got your degree from. That's why that matters. So they're not even looking at the degree. They're looking at where did you get it from. A degree from Berkeley is not the same level of a degree from a black college. I'm just being real. If your degree comes from Berkeley and then somebody else's degree comes from a black college, a black university, it's not the same. It's not the same. They are not viewing these two people as equals. They are not viewing these people as equals, because they're not. They're not equal. That's just a reality. So that's why that whole college thing isn't as important as we think, because the colleges are not on the same level. They're just not. They're just not. I'm a published writer who has been paid for my writing. When I worked in the system, a white lady was surprised that I wrote as excellent as I do, because some people are born to do that. Some of us have natural talent that we can cultivate on our own. Especially this happened with a lot of artists. Look at Lil Wayne, for example. Lil Wayne is not college educated. Well, he actually did go to college, so let me not say that. He actually did take some college courses, but that's not what made him who he is. Because he had been doing it since he was a child. Meaning, if you've been doing something since you was a child, you should pretty much have it mastered by the time you finish school. If you've been doing the same thing since you've been single digits, then you being college educated is irrelevant, because if you've been writing since you was 8 years old, and I'm just using 8 because that's just what my mother told me, right? Because I asked my mother, I'm like, when did I pick up the pen? My mother told me. So I asked my mother, when did I pick up the pen? My mother told me I picked up the pen when I was 8 years old. And I never put down a pen, right? So that's why, when you listen to my music, and then, I'm able to take you to higher chambers. That's why you can see me. I can get on a drill beat, and I'm not talking about drill. I'm talking about all type of shit. I'm taking people to chambers that they ain't been taken to before. I'm able to be original, but again, I've been writing since I was 8 years old, though. So that's what I mean. So by the time I became 18, I already had 10 years in. 20 years in. Right? So if you've been doing this shit since you've been a child, then, and you've been cultivating, meaning you never stopped, you just kept going, then yeah, college ain't really, what the fuck? College is only going to give you more organization. That's all college can do for somebody who has natural talent. The only thing college is going to do is give you more formal education. Now you pretty much, you can identify what you're doing. Meaning like similes. You can basically, now you can define what you already been doing. Meaning like if you just a natural writer, you may not be able to define the type of poetry that you write or your form of poetry. But when you go to college, now you can identify like, oh, okay, that's that. That's that. That's an oxymoron, for example. Or that's that. You can basically identify what you have already been doing. So it's not going to show you how to do what you've been doing, but now you can identify, and now you have a word for what you have been doing. Like, oh, okay, that's what that's called. That's what that's called. That's the only thing college can do for you. It just gives you formal organization, which, you know, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It all depends on, again, if you plan to be a writer, for example, then maybe you need to have that formal organization. But if you're trying to be an artist, maybe it's better for you to be, you know, more into the freestyles, right? College just gave me a football scholarship and high alcohol tolerance. Well, you know, everybody go to college for a different reason. Remember, everybody doesn't go to college to study the same thing. So that's another thing, right? So just because you're in college, no, everybody's not taking the same courses because everybody doesn't have the same major, right? There's many things to major in, so you have people on many different levels. And that's what I mean, also depending on the type of college you went to. So that's why college is becoming like less and less of a thing, because it's really the type of college you went to, depending on, you know, what people are looking at and what people expect out of you, all right? So it just really depends on the type of person you are. Like, college is not for everybody. Everybody don't like the dorm life. Everybody doesn't agree with a college campus. I'm fasting right now, absolutely. We got like what? We got 7 or 8 more days of Ramadan. Right? So we got a week left. We still got a week. We still got a week. Right? So yeah, we've been in the game. We've been in the game. That's why y'all see me. I'm skinny as a motherfucker. Right? I done lost some weight. That's why, yeah, y'all see me bones. You see all this bones and shit. This is Ramadan. I've been fasting like a motherfucker. That's why, yeah. That's why y'all see me skinny as a motherfucker. I done lost some weight. You know? Beyonce is deeply talented with no formal education. Exactly. Could you? Again, the only thing that formal means is organized. To have a formal education is you're just organized. You know how to organize. But again, if you're an artist, that's not really necessary. But if you are a writer and you're writing for like a newspaper, you're writing for a publication, then maybe they require that formal organization. So again, it depends on what path you're trying to walk down. So if you're trying to go towards a more professional path, then yeah, college will benefit you. But if you're more of an artist, if you're more about pulling from your own imagination, then that may not be for you. But it will still benefit you if you want it to. So it's just personal preference. It's personal preference. If you want the, I guess, the college experience, then it's personal preference. Like for me, like if I just use myself as an example. So I'm thinking like, I don't know. Cause I'm thinking, I'm like, because I read a lot, so, and all you do is fucking read in college, right? So, I feel like I went to college. That's why I'm like, I feel like I went to college because all I was doing was reading. I had no choice. I stayed in the library. So that's why it's not even easy for me to answer that question, because even though I didn't go to college, I stayed in the library. When I was living in the streets, I told y'all this plenty of times. I would go to the library. When the library opened, I'm in the library. All the way to the library closed. And then I'm there the next day. All the way to it closed. So I stayed in the library and I was reading literature. But I know the average person isn't doing that. The average person is trying to get into all type of street activity or whatever it is that they're into, whatever their vices is. So for me, I stayed in the library because I'm like, I wanted to be educated. Right, so I'm like, okay, I wanted to educate myself, so I just did it all myself. So I stayed in there with the literature. So that's why, I would I come across as, I guess illiterate, not illiterate, but I come across as somebody who may be college educated, because I read a lot of scholarship. I spent countless hours in libraries. Like, especially when I was in Los Angeles, I went to literally every library that you can go to in Los Angeles, because I'm just looking at what books that they have. So I was literally at every library, every single library in LA. I've been to every single library. But that was just me though, right? I know that the average person ain't go that hard. So I was just going hard at that time. I'm going to every library. I'm checking out all type of books. I'm staying there from sun up to sundown, and I was doing that for quite some time. I did that for quite some time, but that's just me, right? I know that most people ain't going that hard with it. So so that's why I come off the way I come off, because I have read a lot of literature. So that's what prepared me for Thelema, because Thelema is a lot of literature. Alistair Crowley has a lot of writings, right? So what prepared me for Thelema was the times that I spent in the library. I was just reading literature. So once I came across Thelema, I'm like, oh, I'm ready for this. When I came across the Book of Thoth, I was ready for it because I had already been introduced to these things, right? But again, that's just my personal experience, right? I was in the military and rebelled and got out of it, but it took me years to realize all the good organization and discipline traits I did get from there. I agree, because I was supposed to go to the military too, but I ended up going to California. Meaning, had I not went to California, I was going to the military. So that was in my path. And the only reason I didn't go to the military is because I learned spirituality. I learned meditation. I learned visualization. And all I was thinking about was California, California, California. I'm waking up every morning, 4 a.m., meditation, visualizing California. I would visualize so deep, I would give myself nosebleeds. I think I told y'all that before. I was visualizing so deep and heavy, blood will come out of my nose. That's just how hard I was going. No drugs, no alcohol. I was still a teenager, so this was no substances. I'm like, damn, I've never had a nosebleed before. That was the first time I ever had a nosebleed, was due to deep meditation. Fucking blood is. I'm like, damn, how the fuck am my nose bleeding? However, I got my motherfucking ass to California though. That because I was like, yo, California military. I'm going to California. I'm like, by any means necessary, I need to get to California. So I put that image in my mind, and eventually my ass was in California. So that was so had I not went to California, my ass would have been right in. It was literally weeks away, right? Weeks away. So that's how I know all this shit works, because that's how I even got to the West Coast. I got to the West Coast because I learned about spirituality. Had I not known about spirituality, then I would have took a completely different route. And it wasn't because I was looking for it. See, that's the thing. It's like I wasn't looking for it because I didn't know about meditation. I didn't know about any of the Eastern sciences. So I wasn't looking for it. It came to me. But that's just my whole path, though. Everything I learned is like it came to me. I wasn't looking for it. I didn't know. How would I even know? Okay, well, you need to start meditating. You need to start visualizing. I didn't know about any of that stuff. I'm a fucking teenager from Detroit, Michigan. I don't know about nothing about no fucking meditation. It came to me. I just so happened to learn about transcendental meditation. That wasn't something that I knew to research on my own. I knew nothing about that. But when I learned, I'm like, okay, I need this. And that's what changed my life. But it wasn't because I knew where to look. I didn't know where to look. It literally came to me. Same thing I said, the jinn, the spirits, they come to me. The dead, they come to me. I didn't know where to look. And I know it's real because when they announce themselves to me, like, I don't even know who they are. I'm like, I have to look them up on Google. I'm like, who is this? But they keep telling me their name. I'm like, who the fuck is this? Then I look them up. They're real. I'm like, what the fuck? This is a real person. So that's why, like, I'm always taken aback. I'm like, yo, they come to me. I don't be knowing who these people are until they announce themselves. I'm like, oh shit, this is a real person. I just had a real trans. Like, this really just happened here. Waking me up out my sleep and shit. Imagine getting woken up out of your sleep. A name just pounding your head. I'm like, who is this? I can't sleep. They are waking me up out of my sleep. I don't even know who this is. Who the fuck is this? Oh shit, this is a real person? This is not just no make-believe shit. This is not my mind playing tricks on me. This is a real person, and this person is dead. This is not a living person. This is a person that died a long time ago. Probably before I was even born, this person was already dead, before I was even born. So that's just how old the spirits are. I done had spirits that came to me when you just had black and white on TV. I'm like, oh, why'd they come to me? I had to learn to accept these things over time. I didn't always. This shit is fucking scary shit. It gets scary sometimes. Like, what the fuck? Why you coming to me? But they do. Waking my ass up. They don't give a fuck what I'm doing. It's time to get to work. That's just what they do to me. It's time to get to work. Right? They waking me up out my. They don't give a fuck what I got going on. Get the fuck up right now. It's time to work. So that's why I have the level of dedication I have now, because these spirits are not playing around at all. They're waking me up out my sleep. I'm not resting. I'm ruthless, right? So that's why I have the energy, because this comes from the dead. This is necromancy. They come to me like they are not playing with me. They are not playing with me. They'll get the fuck up right now. They are demanding me. They are not giving me no option. This is not, either you do it or you don't. No. Get the fuck up. You need to do this right now. So that's why I have the energy I had. This comes from the dead. They are not playing. When they come to me, they are not playing. They are very aggressive. They are very aggressive with me. They're not nice. They're not nice. They're like, yo, get the fuck up. Here's who I am. Get to work. That's it. There's no, okay, well, man, do it when you have time. Like, no. You try to go back to sleep if you want to. Yeah, you're going to have a fucking nightmare. You try to go back to sleep if you want to. And I'm going to wake your ass up again. I'm going to give you a nightmare and then get to it. That's how they do me. So that's why I have this energy I have. That's because this is just how they do me. They are not playing with me. They're not showing no mercy. It's nothing nice. Get to work. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's why I say I have to keep going deeper and deeper and deeper into the underworld, because I don't have a fucking choice. That's not the energy they show me, like, oh, this is optional. That's not the energy that they bring me. Like, this shit is optional. This is not optional. That's why I say I didn't choose this path. This is not something I woke up one day and like, let me try this out. Like, no, these motherfuckers are coming at me. This is what you need to do right now. Get on it. And if you don't, there will be a consequence. The same thing that happened with Prophet Muhammad, the Prophet of Islam. When Jibril came to him, Archangel Jibril came to him. When the angel came to him, said, Ikra, 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 Ikra. Ikra means recite. Recite. And he was like, yo, I don't speak the language. And that angel squeezed the fuck out of him. He felt like he was gonna die. He like, yo, Ikra, Ikra, Ikra. Then he was like, yo, I don't know it. The angel squeezed his ass again. Then he was like, yo, I can't take another squeeze. Like, yo, hey, this shit's gonna crush my bones. He's like, Ikra, Ikra, Ikra. Then he recited the Quran. But he had to get his ass squeezed to the point where he's like, yo, if I get squeezed one more time, my life is over. Every bone in my body is about to break. I understand that. So I know how these spirits move. I know how these archangels move and how these ArchDevils move. They are not giving you no choice. Like, yo, if you don't read, that's it for you. They put you in that predicament. Like, oh, you don't want to read. Like, okay, let me show you that I'm real and that this is not a fucking game right now. You better do what you're told, or yes, your life is over. So that's why I say I dedicate my life to it. Cause I'm like, yo, if I didn't, I probably wouldn't be here. Life is gone. Like, oh, you don't want to do it, or you don't want to be a part of the Lima. Okay, we're gonna see about that. So that's why I'm dedicated as much. So I'm just giving you personal experience. That's why I'm so dedicated. Cause I'm like, yo, motherfuckers ran up on me and say, you don't have a choice, motherfucker. Do this or die. I'm like, well, you're not giving me much of a choice here. You're not giving me much of a choice, are you? All right, fuck it, let's go. So that's what I mean, right? Some talent is generic. My mother and father was writers, and one of my nephews as well. Yeah, I agree. There's definitely families that have ancestral energies with them, that it's always passed along in the family. I agree. This does go into the DNA. It goes into our ancestral DNA that we call our junk DNA. That's why they call it junk DNA, because they like, oh, it has no physical relevance, but it has spiritual relevance, and that's how the talents is passed. It's passed down through the junk DNA. That they just like, oh, it's just useless. Well, this is how we natural talents are passed down through the junk DNA. So I agree with that. 93 immortal, 72, 93. Let's see. Yeah, I just did a 6-day juice fast. Became a dragon as usual. Yeah, fasting and detoxing is always good. You know, it reminds you of who you are, because we be becoming other than ourselves, being in this world too much. We be in this world too much. We start to become other than ourselves. So that's why we have to, pull back and then, take away our vices. Your vices don't define who you are. People are defined by their vices. Don't be that person. That's why people call, that's why people call people crackheads and wet heads and weed heads and all that, because that's when we become defined by our vices. So as long as you don't get to that level, you good, because you're not that. But people are afraid to really learn. People just don't like who they are, as I was saying earlier. People don't like who they are. They don't like themselves sober. Cause you gotta get to know yourself. That's what I had to do. Like again, I've been smoking for 10 fucking years. I've been smoking for a fucking decade. So this is coming from a person who has been smoking for a decade. The last decade of my life, weed. Now all of a sudden, I'm like, I don't even care about this shit no more. This shit has no bearing on my life whatsoever. And that's after 10 years of, just doing it damn near every day. Or at least, I may take a couple breaks here and there, but pretty much daily. So that's what I mean. So this is all experience, right? That's why I'm like, that's why I'm qualified to even speak about this shit, right? It'd be different if I was a person that never did shit, right? If I never had to conquer a habit, I wouldn't be qualified to even be in front of you talking about how to break habits and how to conquer them. I had to conquer my own. That's why I had to completely change my diet. I come from, a pig-eating family with no dietary law. That's where I come from. I didn't grow up in a household where we're like, yo, you can eat that, but you can't eat that. I didn't come from that type of household. Anything goes. So again, I was eating pig with everybody else. I was eating all type of madness like everybody else. So I come from the bottom of the bottom. I come from where everybody else come from. I didn't come from any of these things. So all of what I am today required work. I had to be other than myself or who I thought I was. So I had to show myself that I am not who I thought I was. Because when I removed all these things out of my life, I became a different person. Who I am today is not who I was 10 years ago and who I was 10 years before that. But you couldn't tell me nothing at that time. when I was smoking the weed, like, maybe you should stop smoking. I'll be looking at you crazy. Or if you tell me, oh, maybe you should stop eating pig when I'm eating pig as a child, I'll be looking at you crazy. The other pig tastes good, fuck you. My grandmother feeds me this. Fuck what you talking about. It wasn't until, like, oh, I see what's going on. I had to educate myself. I'm like, okay, yeah, you shouldn't be eating that. It's just not good for you at all. But I had to discipline myself to, like, okay, that's not cool. So now, again, none of this stuff has a bearing on me. I don't see myself going back to any of these things because it's not. Again, I don't identify with it no more. You know, I'm not 420 out anymore, right? Except for the original meaning. I resonate with the original meaning of 420, which has nothing to do with weed. And Ramadan actually ends on 420. So that's a significance right there. The last day of Ramadan is 420, or that's when it's over. Either the last day is 420. Yeah, I think the last day. So the last day is 420. Yeah, so yeah, I believe the last day is 420. All right. So I know I keep saying I'm gonna get up out of here, but yeah, I'll finally get up out of here. Yeah, like a couple minutes. So unless anybody has any more questions, we'll begin to wrap this up. We'll begin to wrap this up. Again, took me a while to even get to this point. You see, I had to do this 3 times to even come up. But I swear my phone is tapped. Or tapped. I swear my phone is tapped. I swear my phone is tapped. Motherfuckers they really going out of their way. Motherfuckers is really going out of their way. Again, like I said, I'm on a burner phone right now, right? But that's what it is, This is that anonymous life. This is what it means to wear the helmet of Pluto, right? This is what it means that you can't really, I have to travel with a analysis and all that. Forced reincarnation is real. Yeah, because it's based on your karma. You don't get to just do what the fuck you want when you didn't dissolve your karma. So what happens to you after death is based on your own karma. So yeah, that's forced reincarnation, meaning you ain't do enough work to be able to choose your next destination. You don't get to just do that just because you want to. All right? See, everybody's activating their free will, just doing whatever the fuck they want to, not realizing, oh, you must do what you have to do. Yeah, keep living this life doing whatever the fuck you want to do. And yeah, you're going to be forced to reincarnate. But it's your own fault, though. Because you was doing what you want to do, you wasn't doing what you were supposed to do. But that's your own fault, right? We can't blame nobody else for that. It is what it is, though. Can't really feel bad about it. I'm like, well, then they was just fucking around their whole life. People would spend their whole life just fucking around because they want to. It is what it is, though. I had a dream about a female, and somehow I knew my girl must have had a dream about another guy. I asked her what she dreamed about, and she said another guy. It's called the enema and the animus. That's what that is. Every man has an enema, every woman has an animus. So that's y'all tapped into your enema and animus. That's what that is. All right, that's what that was. So you should do it more often, and she should do it more often, because that's how you connect to your magical self. That's how you connect to your magical self is tied into your enema and your animus. That's how you grow in magical power. Dreaming about your dream girl, or a woman dreaming about her dream man. So that's the science. That's the science. That happens to every man. That happens to every woman. That's just science. We just choose not to acknowledge it. But I tell y'all, the better relationship you have with your anima, the better relationship you have with all women. The better relationship you have with your animus, the better relationship you have with all men. So it benefits you to dream about your anima or to dream about your animals. It will benefit you in every way possible. Right? How did I know she must have had a dream about another guy? As I told you, because this is scientific. That was not a random coincidence. Because y'all are already merged together. Hold on. Y'all were already merged together. This is your significant other. Especially if y'all sleeping in the same bed. Y'all are already merged together. Y'all should be dreaming together. What's the point of having a significant other if you can't tap into their dreams? And they can't tap into yours, or y'all don't know what's going on. Y'all don't know what each other is thinking. That's the whole point of having a significant other, right? It's the whole point of having a significant other. Do you reunite with your family in death? If you actually acknowledge them in life. What I mean by if you acknowledge your ancestors, then yeah. But if you didn't, why should they acknowledge you? I mean, if you spend no time acknowledging your own ancestors, why should they acknowledge you? That's how I feel about it. If you took the time to acknowledge your ancestors, then yeah, they will acknowledge you. Because you gave them energy. What do you think I'm going to next? I'm going to hell. That's where I'm going. I'm going to hell's gates. That's where I'm going. But hell to me isn't the same what hell means. Again, I'm not talking about a religious sense. Oh, I'm about to be burning in an eternal flame, just suffering and all that. There's heavens and hell. For those who don't know, read your literature. There are heavens within hell. Right? Maybe that's a little bit too deep. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm going to the heavens within hell. I'm going to Shambhala, which is the center of the earth, for those who don't know, right? Which is actually where we come from. If that didn't go over your head. If that didn't go over your head. But I just read a lot, you know? I read a lot. I study a lot, I read a lot. So I know about these things that most people would never even imagine. All we hear about is hell. What does working a job have to do with spirituality? It seems like it don't go together. It may not go together, but you can make it go together. Because you're the mentalist. So it may not go together. Because, yeah, if you're looking at how everybody else is just working and they don't want to be there, but they don't have to be your energy. Meaning you can work at McDonald's. And if you are at peace mentally, then that's meditation. That means you're meditative. That's a form of spirituality. Meaning you're at peace at the job. And that's why I say if you have it in your heart, it don't matter where you are. If your spirituality is in your heart, it don't matter where you are. Because what the fuck are you going to be doing at home? My wife work at McDonald's, she look at it the same way. That's what I'm saying. What are people trying to get home to do? What are people trying to rush home to do? That's what I'm saying. Like, people like, oh, I don't like the job. Well, the fuck are you going to go home to do? That you can't do at the job or anywhere else. If it's in your heart. If it's in your heart, that means that your spirituality goes with you no matter where you go. So that's what I'm saying. If it's in your heart, then it don't matter what you do, whether you're at a job, whether you're self-employed, whether you're at home, whether you're overseas, your spirituality goes wherever you go when it's in your heart. So that's what I'm saying. It don't matter what you're doing. Your spirituality travels with you no matter where you go, no matter what you're doing. You're not ever not spiritual if it's in your heart. You're spiritual 24/7. So you can do spiritual work at fucking McDonald's. You can still do chakra work. I mean, what's stopping you from doing chakra work or energy work, breathing exercises at work? Nothing is stopping you from doing that. What's stopping you from visualizing when you're at work? Nothing. What's stopping you from being meditative? Nothing. So that's what I'm saying. It's not, it's the law of mentalism. Mentalism, the law of mentalism. That's the first universal law, the law of mentalism. Meaning if you got it right up here, what you do physically is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Your aura goes everywhere you go. Your auras is just a manifestation of your chakras. That's why I said chakra work. Your aura is a manifestation of your chakras, right? Electromagnetism. So that's why I say you can be doing chakra work at the job, which affects your aura because your aura is a manifestation of your chakras. So you can be doing chakra work anywhere. At the park, at the job, at home, doesn't matter, right? Doesn't matter. Give me a second. Let me grab this charger. Let me grab this charger. Give me a second. 1 second. Let me grab this charger. All right. You see my charger is pink. See this pink ass charger? That's how you know what type of time I'm on. I got the pink charger. Exactly. That's how y'all know what type of time. I got the pink charger. Yeah. If the heaven within hell a lower dimension than this one, no, it's not. This is the lowest dimension. Planet Earth is the lowest dimension. We're already in the lowest dimension. So there's no lower dimension than the planet Earth. But if we're talking about hell, that's not a physical place, right? That's not 3D, right? So hell cannot be lower than 3D. We're already in the hells. Planet Earth is already hell, right? So no, there is no lower than, because if you have to die to go to hell, right? So how can it be lower than Earth if you gotta die to go there, or astral project, or dream? So that's what I'm saying. So no, there is no lower dimension than the planet Earth. I appreciate that, Tangela. I appreciate the super chat. Much love and respect. Much love and respect. I know I got my nipple is out. I ain't mean to show the nipple, but again, I ain't worried about it. Again, been fasting. So that's why, yeah, you see this collarbone sticking out. It is what it is, right? I'm just in raw form right now. I'm in raw form right now. You know what I mean? I should be doing these live streams butt-ass naked. I should be doing these live streams butt-ass naked. Not that I'm going to show anything, right? But I should be doing these bitches butt-ass naked. That's true magical form. All magic should be done butt-ass naked. Just in case y'all didn't know. Just in case you didn't know. If you ain't butt-ass naked doing rituals, then you missing the point. That's why they had the black robes. Ain't nothing under that robe. There ain't nothing under that robe. That's why when people be putting on the robes, there ain't nothing under that robe. But again, you know, because it's a certain currency that's created when you're not restricted by clothing. That's all I'm saying. This restricts our energy. We just got to cover up because people are not disciplined enough. People are not disciplined enough to see, you know. You see ass and titties, motherfuckers lose their goddamn mind. So That's why we gotta wear clothes. We're not disciplined enough. We're too lusty. But when you're in the house, why the fuck are you wearing clothes? That's what I don't understand. How are we in the house wearing clothes? You gotta wear clothes all day outside of the house. Why do you come home and you still have clothes on? What are we doing? What are we doing? Does this make sense to anybody? It's just me, huh? It's just me. It doesn't make any sense. Like, so we gotta be at the job, fucking with family. We gotta be amongst all these people with clothes. Then we come home and still being clothes. What are we doing? We don't like how we don't have time to admire our own bodies, to admire our own currencies. What are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, you born naked. They even they bury you with clothes. We're even buried with clothes. Why are we buried with clothes? Why do you think the Egyptians, we were mummies? We mummified the bodies. So you just had wraps. That's as far as it should go. So even when you die, motherfuckers are putting you in fucking whole suits and shit. Nah, you just wrap your shit up. Wrap your body up, mummify your shit. That's as far as it should go. It should be butt ass naked. But anyway, that's I don't even know why I even brought that up. Why I didn't bring that up. What does it mean when people give you the evil eye? That means they're trying to. It's like basically, it's like secret hate. It's just secret. So instead of them verbally expressing their hatred, it's a secret hate, right? That's why you should really keep. Oh, no, I'm not. Just stop. Just don't reveal shit to nobody. Honestly, don't reveal shit to nobody. That's why I say I don't be revealing nothing to nobody because yeah, they can cast an evil eye on you and you don't even know. That's why you have to be shielded. You have to be shielded because you never know where the evil eye is coming from. You never know who's looking at you sideways. That's why you better shield yourself. You better shield your shit because you never know where it's gonna come from. That's why again, you better shield your shit. Right? You better shield your shit. That's why I be wearing. That's why I'm wearing these black earrings. Black is a color of protection, right? Because you never know where it's gonna come from. You can just be talking about, oh, I just got a new job. People hating on you, like, oh, well, I'm making more than you. Like, oh, you just asking for it. Honestly, people just be asking for it, the evil eye. People be asking for it. So I'm not even mad at that people cast the evil eye. People be asking for it, talking too goddamn much, bragging too goddamn much, yes. People should cast the evil eye on your motherfucking ass. Shut the fuck up. Then people won't cast the evil eye on you. Keep your goddamn mouth shut. Keep your goddamn mouth shut. Then people don't have a reason to. Like, well, the fuck they gonna cast the evil eye on you? They don't even know shit about you. They barely even see you because you move with invisibility. Well, that's what I'm saying. So people do it to themselves. They talk too fucking much. People talk too much. Not realizing that you amongst savages. You're amongst people that's undisciplined, people that's uncivilized, people who don't understand love whatsoever. Right? So yeah, so move in silence, and you'll be straight. Keep your silence. Stop talking to people. That's what I'm saying. Like you be having a conversation with people, then the conversation gets negative because they're already in a negative place. How many times has that happened to you? You just be having a conversation with a person and this shit just becomes negative because that's just the place they're in. They're in a negative place. It's your fault. You shouldn't have said shit. It's your fault. That's why, I'm not trying to make conversation with nobody. Not looking like, nope. Nope. And your approach to energetic development, do you store energy in the body centers or clear it out after practicing? Why do you take the approach you do? So when it comes to energetic development, or you, as you say, chakra work or qigong, you have major chakras, but you have minor chakras as well. That's why things like Tai Chi, it's all about, or even yoga, it's about fully exercising your body. You must exercise every point of your body. That's why they be moving their hands like this. This is, moving in circles, right? You learn how to move in circles. Your whole body, you learn how to move in circles because you're activating not just the main points, but the miniature points. So again, you have chakras in your hands as well, right? So it ain't just chakras in, the main points. You have your fingertips, chakras in your palms and your feet. There's chakras all over the body. They're called nadis, right? They're called nadis, right? Which you have millions of them actually. There's millions of nadis. So that's why you engage fully with the energy work or the yoga postures and all that, because you're removing the pent up energy. So basically it's easy for energy to get trapped in your nadis. So you're doing all the energy work and the breathing exercise to cleanse all the energy from your nadis. So the whole purpose of doing energy work is to keep your nadis clear, right? So when it comes to what I do, so I be doing all type of shit, right? I be doing all type of shit. I guess mainly dance. I be doing my little b-boy. I be on my b-boy stance. That's what I do. I be on my b-boy stance. Then that evolves into more like martial arts and all that. But I keep my body fluid. I stay flexible and all that. Keep the libido up. So yeah, it's just staying active. You just gotta stay active. Keep your nadis clear. Stay active. It's not really a right or wrong way to do it. It's not a right or wrong way to do it. So again, I'm just a part of hip hop. So of course I stay on my b-boy stance. But obviously everybody's not a dancer. Some people prefer martial arts. Some people prefer this way, that way. So whatever you're into. Some people prefer to go to the gym. It's not my particular way. I don't like being amongst a bunch of sweaty ass people who smell disgusting. Right? That's just not my thing. That's just not my thing. But to each his own. To each his own. Do what feels right and natural to you. As long as you're doing something. As long as you're doing something that connects your body and your mind. As long as you're doing something, you should be good to go. So it ain't about the right or wrong thing. As long as you're doing something. Stay flexible, stay fluid. So it ain't about just building up muscle. Stay flexible, stay fluid. That's more important. It's more important for you to be flexible and fluid than to just be bulky. Right? Stay flexible and fluid. Most definitely, heavens within the hells, the great old ones and elder gods showed me this. What's the original name for the Necronomicon? Do you know? What's the original name for the Necronomicon? Because that's what you're talking about. The great old ones with Cthulhu comes from the Necronomicon. What is the original name for the Necronomicon? I'm becoming more telepathic all of a sudden. Any reason you can think of? Well, I have no idea what you do on a day-to-day basis, so hold on. No, I have no idea what you do, so it can be a combination of many things. But again, unless I was right there with you, again, I have no idea what you do day in and day out. But clearly you're doing something right. Clearly you're doing something right. So whatever it is that you're doing right, keep doing it. But again, what you're doing right, I have no idea what you're doing right, but clearly you're doing something right, but I couldn't tell you what that is. But whatever it is, keep doing it. Or if you can give me more insight again, I don't know your daily activities. But you know, it's also, you know, again, I would have to pull up your astrology chart, meaning like if you ask me, okay, what's going on, like unless I have your numerology chart or your astrology chart, like I would be able to tell then. Like if I had some information, I would be able to tell then. But just you asking me, again, I have no idea. What do you know? Just you ask me in general. 'Cause again, I have no idea what your daily activities are. So I'm not even going to pretend like I'm just going to give you an answer. But whatever it is that you're doing, and you know what you're doing, keep it up. Whatever it is that you're doing, keep it up. So whatever recent changes you have made, so basically whatever you've been doing differently recently, just keep it up. Whatever that may be, whatever that may be. How would you describe the realm of Azathoth? Okay, well, before we even get there, because I asked you what's the original name of the Necronomicon? Because now, again, like you're tying many different things together. Azathoth, right? But again, before we get there, that's why I asked for the original name. But before we even get there, right? I trained Taiji. I think it's Taiji or Taiji. Taiji. It's good. It's a good comparison because it's less about having more in the tank and more about clear, which is conductive. I agree. It's all about, you know, making the energy move around, right? You ain't gotta work too hard. You can do it at ease. You can. It's meditative, right? It's just an active meditation. It's an active form of meditation. It's a form of meditation. You're just active. You're just not sitting still. It's an active form of meditation. Right, so I agree. So that's basically the energy work is just an active form of meditation. So anybody who just doesn't like sitting still meditating, you should definitely try an active form of meditation. You know, that'd be more useful for you. People who just have a hard time just sitting and trying to clear their mind, you just have to be a little bit more active. I'm not sure, but I know that philosophy was channeled from the Sumerian and Egyptian texts and maybe more. Well, get back to me when you know that original name because that will reveal everything that you just said. Right? That's why I be asking for the original names. Everybody wants to stop at the Greek. I don't know why we do that. Why are we stopping at the Greek? Why do we stop at the Greek? Why do we not go to the original tongues? Oh, yeah. Al-Azif, what is the full name? That's not the full name. The Al-Azif, what is the full name? What is the full name? Only thing radical recently changed in my life, I started watching your videos. Well, yeah, I agree. The information is powerful if you take heed to it. So I'm not gonna lie. So you're definitely taking heed to what's being said, and you're implementing what's being said into your life. It definitely should have the results, because everything I'm saying is based on experience, and so you will get results if you take heed to what is said here. So definitely, if you definitely take heed to the words, and again, that's why I'm always encouraging people to go back to the source. Go back to the original tongue. Go back to the source. That would be even more powerful. For whatever reason, we just want to stop at the Greek. Necro, what does Necronomicon even mean? Since we want to deal with the Greek, what does Necronomicon mean? And for the person that said the original, what is the full name? Because you just gave me part of the name. Al-Azif, that's part of it. What is the full name? And I'm just taking y'all there just to let y'all know, like, yeah, I've studied this. I didn't just study this in passing. Like, yeah, I studied this. I had a whole Necronomicon deck with Cthulhu and all that. So I didn't study this way deeper than most people realize. That's why I'm taking y'all there with it. All right. Do you know the original? What does Necronomicon mean, and what is the full original name? Because if you know that, then you're like, oh, it'll all make sense. But you see, when we stop at the Greek, it's not going to give you the full comprehension. You can't stop at the Greek. You got to go to the original source, because that's where you're going to like, oh, okay. Not sure about the full one. And I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you for that. Because you see, I'll be asking questions that other people are not going to ask you. So, it's no shade to you at all. I'm not trying to put nobody on blast. I'm just letting y'all know. I'm like, okay. You got to go back a little further. Because you're missing a lot in the translation. You're missing a lot in the translation. And when you go back to the original translation, it's going to give you the pieces that you're missing. Like, oh, okay. But if we stop at the Greek, again, there's a lot lost. Right? For sure, are you getting at the translation? That's why I asked, what does Necronomicon mean? Like Howling of Demons? I'm just asking. What does Necronomicon mean? Yeah, so the reason I'm asking these questions, because I know ain't nobody else gonna ask you, right? And I'm just letting you know, like, yeah, I know what you're talking about, and let me help you complete the cipher. That's all I'm doing. Let me help you complete the cipher. So then I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm just helping. Let me help you complete the cipher, right? Necro means dead. Okay, what does Necronomicon mean? So necro means dead. Cool, but what does Necronomicon mean? Right? Since we brought up the great old ones, that's the only reason why I'm asking this. The great old ones was brought up, then Azathoth was brought up. So I'm just going back to the literature. What do these words mean? Because once we understand what these words mean, then that reveals the whole science without you having to go into all the extra stuff. I'm just really just taking you like, let's just get to the core of what these things mean. So that reveals everything you need to know right there without having to go through all these extra layers, right? Because there's no point of us talking about the realm of Azathoth if we don't even know what Necronomicon means. If we don't even know the original, where Necronomicon even came from. Because you see, we're skipping levels, right? We're skipping levels. So we need to go in order. Dead name book. That's close, but that's kind of dead name book. Okay, well, what is dead name book? How would you translate that into English? Because that's not how you would say it in English. So what if you translated Necronomicon into English? How would you say that in English? That's, again, we're just getting to the core of it, right? So that we're not confused. Your endurance is motivating. That's all I'm here to do. That's all I'm here to do. Just trying to help you complete the cipher. Just help you complete the cipher, because I know ain't nobody else gonna do it, right? Book of Dead Names. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. Okay, I'll take that. Good enough. Good enough. So if Necronomicon means Book of the Dead, okay, cool. No, you're good. It means Book of the Dead, right? It means Book of the Dead. So if Necronomicon means the Book of the Dead, right? The Egyptian Book of the Dead. Well, you can remove the Egyptian, but yes, because that's two separate books, right? And that's basically where I'm getting at here, because the Egyptian Book of the Dead is considered one of the oldest books written. The Book of the Dead from Kemet is one of the oldest books. So I'm just saying that lets us know right there that the Necronomicon has a Kemetic source. But before it was translated to Greek, what was the language that it went through to get to Greek? So we have, okay, it came from Kemet, but it went through one translation before it got to the Greek, which was the Necronomicon. So what was the word before it was Greek? So before it was Necronomicon. So we basically, Book of the Dead is English, Necronomicon is Greek. Then we got the actual Book of the Dead, that's the Egyptian. What language did it go through before it got to the Greek? Hebrew? No, it didn't go through Hebrew. Nope, not Hebrew. So you see, I'm just giving you the timeline so that we know where to start and we know how we got to where we are. So instead of me just telling you this and telling you that, I'm just trying to give you the timeline so that for those who want to study further, you know, like, okay, let me study this in time. Let me study this before I even get to the Necronomicon. Let me study where it came from. Then when I study where it came from, then I can understand the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Because we can't even understand the Egyptian Book of the Dead if we don't understand the language that it came from, or the language that it was translated from. Sanskrit? No, not Sanskrit. No, it wasn't Sanskrit. No. See? All right. I'm just doing the due diligence. We're just doing some due diligence here, so that we know, so that we don't get caught up. And then you can choose which direction. Is it Arabic? Yes, it's Arabic. Yes, it is Arabic. That is correct. So what is the original Arabic name? So now we're getting back to where we started. Y'all gave me half of it. But what is the full name? No, it's Arabic. It's Arabic. So what is the full name? What is the full Arabic name? Right? Because when you know the full Arabic name, what those names mean, or what the name means, tells you exactly what it is. So we're saying the Book of the Dead, but when you look at the Arabic, you're like, oh shit, like that's going to give you the key. The secret key is in the Arabic. When you know the full name in the Arabic, that's going to give you the secret key. That's basically what we're missing here. That's what I'm trying to point out. That's going to give you the secret key right there. You need to go into the Arabic. How do I know that? Because that's what I had to do. I had to go to the Arabic. So I knew about the Necronomicon. I knew about the 50 names of Marduk. I knew about the Elder Gods. I knew about Yig. You know what I mean? Azathoth, Cthulhu, Sub-Niggurath, right? Netalahotep, so on and so forth, right? But that Arabic, that's the missing piece. That's what's going to take you like, oh, all that. You don't even need to go that far if you don't want to. You just need to study that Arabic. That's where the secret sauce is. I guarantee you, you got to get into the Arabic. That's what's going to make everything. A lot of Arabic women I knew were occultists and didn't even know it. I know what you mean because I know an Arabic woman. And she showed me the proper translation of the Quran. So you're right. You better have an Arabic woman on your team if you consider yourself an occultist. An Arabic woman had to translate books of magic that I wouldn't like. This shit isn't all Arabic. There's books in Arabic that would never translate to English. Hey, what the fuck does this say? Like, okay, this says this says this. I'm like, damn, just breaking this shit down. I'm like, oh. Right? Like, oh shit, like damn, I gotta learn the Arabic. I'm like, god damn, like that shit was so lost in translation, it's ridiculous. You try to read the English version of this shit, it's like damn. They left the whole fucking shit out. Right? I think I see it. I left out Kitab al-Azaf. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Good research. Good research. So you see I wasn't fucking with you, right? Just letting you know. Just letting you know. Yeah, you see. Yeah, you see. You see, I've been on it. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Because that completely changes the meaning. That completely changes the meaning. That's why I said you need the full. It changes the meaning. So, told y'all I'm on it. I'm on it. Now you want it, right? Now, if you research that, and then you do your research, now you're like, oh, I see what this is really talking about now. Now you're going to get a whole different perspective. This is going to, now you ain't even dealing with the elder gods and all that. Now you're like, yo, this is a whole science in and of itself, right? Kitab means book. So Kitab al-Asif, what does that mean, right? And that's one meaning of the word. That's one translation. That's not the translation. That's one way to translate it, right? But that's not the translation, especially if we're talking about a book of magic, or as we call the book of the dead, right? So if we're talking about a book of dead names, right? Names basically that have been forgotten, the forgotten names. If we're talking about the forgotten names, first of all, how many have actually read the Necronomicon? How many people have read about the Mad Arab, aka the Mad Poet? Have you read the literature? Because everything is there. But that literature is like that. It's not an easy read, though. It's not an easy. I'm not gonna sit here and say, okay, this is something that a child should be reading. No. You got to have the eyes of an occultist to truly understand this stuff anyway. Because again, if you're just looking at, okay, this is the Book of the Dead or a book of dead names, then that's not really telling you anything. Okay, it's a book of dead names. So what? Is it telling you? Well, for those who have read it, is it giving you the secret keys? When you read about the Mad Arab, what was his name? What was the name of the Mad Arab? And when you read the Necronomicon, did it give you the codes? Or is it just giving you a bunch of names? All right? I read it. Did it give you the secret codes when you read it? Or was it just a story? Did it give you the keys? Or is it just telling you a story? Right? Can H.P. Lovecraft texts work as a gateway to gain the same results we would from the Arabic energy you're speaking? The power, alchemy, and the keys are still there? See, it depends on how deep you want to go with it. Meaning, you could say there's like Greek spells. So let me give you an example of what I mean. If we go by the Greek, which is basically Necronomicon, Book of the Dead. If we go by the Greek, so that lets us know, okay, the Necronomicon, this is the Book of the Dead, cool. Right? This is a book that was forbidden. This is the actual book that really exists, but that has been lost to time. We don't have an original manuscript, right? The Greek manuscript. However, the Arabic manuscript still exists. So we are not even able to go into the Greek because we don't even have the original manuscript. It has been lost to time because the book was banned. So it was called the Book of the Dead, but it was banned. We don't have an original manuscript, but the Arabic still exists. So that's what I mean by if you really want to do the real work, you will have to go into the Arabic because that's the only way you're going to be able to read the original manuscript. The Greek does not exist. We just hear stories about it, but the original Greek manuscript does not exist anymore. It's been lost to time, but the Arabic is still around. So if you really want to be authentic in that form of magic, you're going to have to go into the Arabic. That's the only choice you have. You don't even have the option to go into the Greek. So that's what I'm talking about. So if you want the real knowledge, you have to go into the Arabic. You can't just skip to the Greek. It doesn't exist. That's the whole energy of the burning of the Library of Alexandria. A lot of these books just simply do not exist. But the Arabic does. That's why there's a lot of Muslims that have memorized the Quran. Meaning, if every Quran was burnt, they would create a new one because a lot of them have memorized every ayat, every surah of the Quran. The Necronomicon gets burned, the Bible gets burned, that's it. That's it. Nobody has memorized that Bible word for word, letter by letter, piece by piece. That person does not exist because it's the language does not allow you to memorize. This is where I'm getting at. English, you're not gonna, you just can't memorize that. You're not just about to memorize the Bible, but you can memorize the Quran because people have done it and people are doing it. And they have been doing it since the beginning, since it was revealed. So I'm not saying it's perfect. Of course, it went through its alterations. But if every Quran was burnt, they can replace it. Every Bible was burnt, they can't replace it. This is what I mean, the difference between the Greek, the Latin, and the English. Once you start doing Greek, Latin, and English, there's nobody who has these texts memorized. They don't just have it on the top of their dome. The language prevents you from doing that. But it's just something about the Arabic language that people are able to memorize the entire Quran. It's the power of that language. So this is what I'm saying. If they can memorize the Quran, they can memorize the Necronomicon or the Katib al-Asif or the Katib or the Kitab al-Asif. They can memorize that. That's why it's preserved, because somebody memorized that, because that's the power of the Arabic language. It allows you to memorize easily. Once you start going more and more into more recent history, you can't do that anymore. It was not designed for that purpose. I mean, it's easier to memorize rap lyrics than Bible verses. You don't think that's a coincidence? We had to alter the English language just to make it memorizable. Do we realize that? We had to create what we call ebonics, slang. We had to create a whole sub form of English just to make it memorizable. Because in its original form, there ain't no way you about to memorize all that. It's unnatural. It's too left-brained. Arabic, on the other hand, is mostly right-brained. That's why it's read from right to left. It's read, when you read Arabic, you're reading it from right to left. You're not reading it from left to right. It's right to left. That lets you know it is more abstract, it's more creative, it's more dealing with the right brain. So I'm just making a point. If you really want to get into the secrets, you have to go to the Arabic. That's why I was saying, we're just jumping to the Greek. Like, that's the only, I'm like, yo, we just gonna jump right over the Arabic? And that's what's gonna help you to memorize the shit anyway. But so how do we just jump right over the Arabic and go straight to the Greek? So that was the point that I was making. That's why the Arabic is still exist. But the Greek don't, the Latin don't, and the English don't. So if you're trying to do it in the original fashion, then yeah, you can't just jump over to Arabic. Especially because it's Arabic speaking people in Egypt right now. Egypt is dominated and ran by Arabic speaking people. So if you even want to know the secrets of Egypt, you have to know Arabic, because those are the people that's there, that occupy that land right now. They speak Arabic. They're the ones all up in the pyramids. They're the ones who know all about the passages. They're the ones who's going to be your guide, because they live on those lands. That's their home at this point. So if anybody would know the Egyptian secrets or the Kemetic secrets, it would be them. They're the ones that's discovering all these tombs of these mummies. There is them that's doing this. So the reason why we even know a lot about Egypt is because of Arabic-speaking people. Not English-speaking people, Arabic-speaking people. They're always on the scene. So even if it's like an explorer somewhere, they got Arabic-speaking people around them working for them. Even at the discovery of King Tut, the tomb of King Tut, it was an Arabic-speaking person who was there. I think they were there. Everything we have discovered, they were there. Somebody spoke Arabic. That's what I'm saying. So they're there. Arabic is there. So if we want to know anything Egyptian, you have to go through the Arabic. Because the hieroglyphs is still too hard to decode. That's basically what I'm saying. You can try to read hieroglyphs all you want. You can try to decode the hieroglyphs all you want. But unless you speak Arabic, you're not going to even know what the fuck is going on. You're going to be looking at those hieroglyphs. I don't know what the fuck that says. You're going to be trying to read a book of translations and all that, trying to figure out what it says. The reason why we don't know is because there's no people that speak hieroglyphs, that language. There's nobody who speaks that language fluently, as we call the Medunetter, right? The Medunetter. There are no people that just speak that shit fluently. So that's why we gotta go through this. It's just good luck with that. But if you speak Arabic, oh, you're on to something now. You can get somewhere now. That's why those people occupy those lands. It's because of the language that they speak. They are the ones preserving the magic. The magic is preserved through the Arabic, not the Greek, not the Latin, not the English. It is preserved through the Arabic. Right? So the most authentic forms are the Arabic. There's no way around it. So if you really want to be a true magician, especially in the Egyptian arts, you better learn Arabic. Because when you go over there, guess who's going to be your guide? Guess who's going to be teaching you? And once they know, like, oh shit, you speak Arabic, they're going to be the ones that reveal the secrets to you. Not an Egyptian, not somebody who speaks hieroglyphs, not somebody who speaks Medunetter. They don't exist. That language is dead. That is not a living language. That language is dead. So the original language is dead. So the closest you're going to get is through the Arabic. Especially because they are the ones there. They are the ones who's literally, all that we even know about it is because of them. Because they've been there for quite some time now. And then, our interest in Egypt didn't really come until Napoleon. If we want to do history, if we want to be historical, it wasn't until Napoleon went to Egypt that we actually even had an interest in Egypt. Nobody even gave a fuck about Egypt, not on the world stage. It was just a dead place. It wasn't until Napoleon got there and then his artists began to draw all the things that they were seeing. Then that's what made Egypt a thing. That, okay, we need to see what's really going on here. That was due to Napoleon. For those who don't know, right? So that's Napoleon's gift to the world. Because he was over there, then his artists began to document what was going on over there. And they were trying to destroy shit, but they couldn't destroy it. Their guns wasn't powerful enough to destroy the pyramids. They were, that's why it's all type of bullet holes and the faces of the Sphinx and all that. The noses are chopped off, of a lot of the statues. So, of course, people was over there, trying to destroy shit, but they could only do so much. It wasn't until the Arabic people got there that they started to preserve Egypt. That's what I'm talking about. So the people that occupied Egypt before then, they were trying to destroy it. That's why they're, the pyramid, they tried to destroy the pyramids. That's why one of the pyramids has a big ass crater in the middle of it. Because they were throwing all type of rocks and stones, but they just couldn't destroy it. they just got exhausted. Like, fuck, we can't do nothing with these pyramids. It's just not worth the hassle. So they left it alone. It wasn't until those Arabic speaking people came over there. Okay, this is meant to be preserved. Let's preserve this. Let's not destroy this. Let's preserve this. So the only reason we can even go to Egypt now and see anything is because of those Arabic speaking people over there. They like, okay, this is worth being preserved. If anybody else was there, it would be no Egypt. We would not be discovering no temples and no mummies. They would have just destroyed everything because they tried to do it, but it was so much that was hidden that they just couldn't find everything. That's why when they discovered the tomb of King Tut, it was crazy because it was like fully preserved. It was like fully intact. The tomb of King Tut was fully intact. And that was the first time that they even seen anything like that because it was fully intact. That's not normal. So I think y'all get my point here. My point here is just you have to go through the Arabic. We're just so used to skip to the Greek because that's what everybody else is doing. They're trying to use their own language, but their own language is not powerful enough to preserve, especially the magic and the spells. So if we're talking about magic and spells, you cannot just skip over the Arabic because there's all these books of magic in Arabic. There's all type of book of spells and magic in Arabic. Well, look, I got the evidence right here. Got the evidence right here. Hold on. I don't think I'm fucking around. I got the evidence right here. Well, let me see if I can pull up a picture of this. Most people ain't never even seen this. You see what that says? That says red magic. This also says jinn magic. You see that book? It says jinn magic. People don't even know what that is. People don't even know what that is. All right? That's not mainstream. So I'm just letting y'all know. I'm just letting y'all know. If you're really trying to get into the magic, you better not skip over that Arabic. You will be doing it to your own detriment. You'll be doing it to your own detriment. You'll be doing it to your own detriment. Because the only reason we even know about the jinn is because of the Arabic. The jinn are the Goetia. So the 72 Goetia are the jinn. So the only reason we even know about Goetic magic is because of the Arabic-speaking people. That comes from Arabic. So any form of jinn magic is Arabic. Any form of color magic is Arabic. All right, I think I made my point. Right? So that's just a little jewel. Because I just kept seeing, I'm like, why are we just skipping right over the Arabic, going straight into the Greek? Like, that's where the secret is. It's not there. Like what are we doing here, right? What are we doing here? But I'm not gonna let you fall for those traps. So that's why I wanted to help you to understand what I was saying. So there you go. All right. So that's gonna take your magic to another level if you take heed to it. But to each his own. To each his own. So we at 300 minutes. We'll stop here. I think that's, the point has been made. I don't think it's nothing more to say about that. There's nothing more to add on to that. 93. Do what thou wilt should be the whole of the law. Love the law. Love underworld. We out.